If you were sitting here with me tonight, in this small apartment with the thin walls and the humming fridge, I would not start with the weird part. I would start with the drive. That is the part people understand. Empty roads, friends, music a little too loud. The feeling that life is still flexible, still something you can bend. My name is Noah, and by now, I am old enough to know which stories I should keep to myself. There is one night in the woods outside Buena Vista that I have never told properly to anyone who was not there. When I try, I always end up sanding down the details, turning it into a campfire joke, something light. You are not here, though. You are somewhere in your own room, with your own sounds at the edge of hearing, so I can tell it the way it really sits in my head. It starts with 4 of us in a car that smelled like coffee and stale fast food wrappers, heading west. Spring break of junior year. We were all broke and tired of the same 3 streets around campus, the same lecture halls, the same cafeteria food. There was me in the passenger seat, the one who never really sleeps well, even at home. I was the light sleeper, the guy who wakes up when the neighbor 2 floors up drops a spoon. Camping, for me, was this weird reset button. If I could get through a few nights outside, listening to the dark, then everything else felt manageable. Mark was driving, because of course he was. Overconfident, sunglasses on even when the sky was half clouded, one hand on the wheel, one hand gesturing as he talked. He called himself the trip planner, even though the plan basically consisted of find a free campsite on an app, trust the app, do not think too hard. In the back seat behind me was Jenna. She always called shotgun early and then gave it up because she liked being able to curl against the window in the back and watch the world slide by. She had paint under her nails, a notebook full of half-finished sketches, and this habit of checking where doors and windows were in every room. She never liked sleeping with her back to open space. Next to her, Luis was half reclined, feet up against his duffel. Luis was our gear guy. Hiking apps, offline maps, the little Bluetooth speaker that had been to more national parks than most people we knew. Nothing really rattled him. He was the one who always said, "It will be fine," and somehow made you believe it. The road into Colorado stretched out ahead of us, a long gray ribbon between fields and low hills. Early in the drive, there were other cars everywhere. Families in minivans, trucks hauling things you never think about, like rolls of plastic or stacks of lumber. Each pair of headlights passing felt like a brief check-in with civilization. You exist. I exist. We are sharing this line of asphalt. Mountains slowly rose out of the haze in the distance, their tops still dusted with snow. The closer we got, the more the sky behind them turned a deeper kind of blue, the kind that makes you feel like you are heading towards something older than you deserve. The radio worked most of the way, flickering between stations. Sometimes it was classic rock, sometimes pop, sometimes a preacher shouting about sin and redemption until the signal dissolved into static. When that happened, Luis would jump in, connect his phone to the speaker, and drown out the fuzz with a playlist he swore was perfect for the open road. We joked about everything. About how cheap the beer in the trunk was. About how we would definitely forget some crucial piece of gear, like a lighter or the tent poles. About how in 10 years, we would probably be doing spring break in spreadsheets instead of forests. You know, that kind of laughing that is half real and half an attempt to hold off the future? That was the mood in the car. Warm, easy. The kind of soft, sleepy happiness that makes you think nothing truly bad can happen as long as the wheels keep turning. The sound of the drive settled into a rhythm, tires humming on asphalt, a steady low roar, the occasional rough buzz when Mark let the car drift onto the rumble strip and then corrected with a lazy nudge of the wheel, the sigh of air when a semi passed us, wind pushing at the side of the car like a big invisible hand. Every now and then, when traffic thinned, we would roll the windows down a little. Cold air knifed in, bringing with it the faint scent of pine and meltwater. You could hear the wind more clearly then, slipping in through the cracked glass with a thin whistle, like someone trying not to be heard. At first, there were always other vehicles in sight. A pickup ahead of us, a white SUV in the rear view, a pair of red taillights far in the distance. I remember feeling a small, quiet comfort each time I spotted another car. There are other people out here, my brain kept saying. If something goes wrong, someone will see. Then we turned off the main highway. The lanes narrowed. The lines on the road faded. The world pulled in closer. Trees appeared in thicker clusters along the shoulders, mostly dark trunks and branches with only the first hints of spring on them. The traffic dropped away. Luis leaned forward between the front seats, phone in hand. "Service is going to get spotty in a minute," he said, almost cheerfully. "So I am loading the map now." On his screen was the camping app. Little green icons dotted the map where people had tagged free camping spots. He pinched and zoomed until one stood out. Dispersed site near Seasonal Creek, a few miles down a Forest Service road. Good reviews. Words like quiet, secluded, and no one around for miles. Mark liked the sound of that. "Perfect," he said, turning the wheel. "We will have the whole place to ourselves." As we left the last small cluster of buildings behind, my phone buzzed once in my pocket, then fell silent. One bar of service, then none. The GPS voice on the dash stuttered, recalculated, and finally went quiet when we lost the connection completely. "Offline maps, baby," Luis said, tapping his own screen. "I got you. Straight on this for a while, then we hit the forest road." The asphalt gave way eventually to packed dirt. The change in sound was immediate. The smooth hum under the car became a drone layered with rattles and taps. Pebbles hitting the undercarriage, suspension squeaking, gear in the back seat shifting and clinking. Out here, there were no more red taillights ahead of us. No headlights growing in the rear view. Just us and the road, and the slow, patient silhouettes of mountains watching from far away. I remember glancing at the side mirrors, seeing only trees sliding past in a dark green blur. No cars behind. No houses tucked into the hills. Just the occasional battered sign for a trailhead. Bullet holes punched through the metal. The farther we went, the quieter it became inside the car. Not because we were scared yet, just because conversation has a way of thinning out when the world outside gets too big. The speaker played softly. Someone tapped their fingers on their knee in time with the music. In the back of my head, a small, irrational part of me mapped every intersection, every turn. If we had to walk back, how far would it be? If the car broke down, how long until someone else came by? The usual anxious math. Early in the drive, seeing another vehicle had been a background comfort. Now, on that narrowing dirt road with the trees leaning in and the sky cut into thinner pieces, I noticed something else. There was no one. No oncoming cars, no parked trucks at little side pullouts. No hikers at the trailheads. Just the road thinning, and the trees thickening, and the signal bars on my phone sitting at 0, a clean, blank number. We were not lost. Luis had the offline map. Mark had the wheel. The route was clear. Still, some quiet part of me registered the change. The way the sound of the engine seemed louder, with nothing to bounce off. The way the wind outside the windows had gone from a cheerful rush to a thinner, higher note. We were not off the map, not really. But as the sun slid lower and the shadows between the trees deepened, it started to feel like we were driving toward a place that the map did not fully want to admit was there. The turn onto the Forest Service Road was almost invisible. A bent metal sign, half swallowed by saplings, a gap in the trees where the dirt had been pressed down by enough tires to call it a road and not a mistake. Mark slowed, blinked at the map on Luis's phone, and then swung the wheel. The car's nose dipped off the last stretch of decent gravel and into something rougher, older. Pines closed in on both sides, their trunks tight and straight, their branches knitting together overhead until the sky broke into thin strips of pale light. It felt like driving into a tunnel that had grown itself. Dust boiled up behind us in a soft brown cloud, catching in the shafts of sun that made it through the canopy. Every time we hit a small rise, the dust lifted, glittered for a second, then folded back down over the road like a blanket being shaken out. The sound beneath us changed again. Where the highway had been a low, steady hum, this road was a jumble. Rocks pinging the undercarriage, suspension squeaking, the spare tire in the back giving a quick thump when we dropped into a deeper rut. A plastic bin shifted and slammed against something metal. Every loose item in the trunk added its own note to the clattering, jittery chorus. I started counting without meaning to. Not miles, not minutes, just hits. 1 jolt when we hit a shallow pothole. 2 when Mark misjudged a dip and the front end bottomed out. 3, 4, 5 as the road narrowed and the ruts grew deeper. The car rocking side to side as if we were at sea instead of climbing slowly into thicker trees. Counting gave my brain something to chew on, besides the thought of how far we were from cell towers and tow trucks. Every number smoothed the edges off the next impact. 6, 7, 8. The numbers sat in my head like small, neat stones, laid out in a line. After a while, even Mark stopped joking and leaned forward a little, hands tighter on the wheel. The branches sharpened overhead, needles catching and dragging along the roof with small, scratchy sighs. Sunlight broke into long, thin bars that striped the hood of the car. "Almost there," Luis murmured, more to himself than to us. The little blue dot on his offline map crept toward a tiny green icon marked with a user review and a few enthusiastic exclamation points. Quiet spot. No one around. The road dipped once more, then climbed, and then, almost abruptly, the trees stepped back. It was like walking through a doorway and finding yourself in a room you did not know was there. One moment, pine trunks pressed close on both sides, their bark dark and ridged. The next, everything opened. We rolled out into a small clearing, maybe the size of a couple of tennis courts laid side by side. The ground was mostly flat, a patchwork of dirt and short, tough grass, with a few scattered rocks that looked like they had been dropped from a great height and then forgotten. Tall pines ringed the space on all sides, forming a rough wall of dark green and shadow. To the right, the land dipped gently, and there it was, an old dry creek bed, cutting a pale, crooked line through the trees. It looked like a scar across the forest floor, a shallow channel of smooth, light-colored stones that had been rounded and polished by water that was no longer there. Some of the rocks were bone white, some faintly pink or gray, all of them sitting in silence where water used to move them. There were no other cars, no weathered RV tucked in the shade, no pickup with a tailgate down, no tents, no tarps, no hanging food bags. I did not see any of the usual human signatures either. No blackened circle of a long-used fire pit. No crushed beer cans half buried in the dirt. No plastic wrappers caught in low branches. The clearing looked unused, as if it had been waiting in that exact shape for something other than people. Mark pulled the car to a stop near the edge of the trees, letting the engine idle for a moment before he turned the key and cut it. The sudden silence felt thick, almost physical, like someone had thrown a blanket over the sound. We opened our doors and stepped out. The air hit me first. It was colder than I expected, thinner. It smelled of sap and dry needles, and something mineral, like stone that has never seen sunlight. I took a breath and felt it all the way down. Then I noticed the soundscape, or the lack of it. There was wind. I could see it in the way the treetops swayed, a slow shiver passing through the highest branches. You could hear a low, distant rush up there, as if the air were flowing along the roof of the forest. But down on the ground, at our level, the wind broke apart and disappeared. No leaves rattling near us, no grass hissing. The trunk stood still. The silence was not empty. It felt padded, muffled, like a recording where someone has turned down the background track and left only the voices. Except there were no voices yet, just our footsteps, our zippers, the soft thud of doors closing. "Damn," Mark said quietly, looking around. "Told you I find the good spots." "It is pretty," Jenna admitted. Her eyes kept moving, tracing the line of the creek bed, the angles of the trees. She folded her arms a little tighter around herself. Luis spun slowly, phone in hand, checking his downloaded map against the real world. "This should be it," he said. "No other sights around. We got the whole thing." There was that phrase again, the whole thing. We set about turning the empty clearing into something that looked like home. Mark maneuvered the car a little closer to one edge, so the trunk would open out toward the center of the space. That became our anchor point. From there, we picked spots, mostly by instinct and laziness. "Here's fine," Luis said, dropping his pack near a patch of level ground not far from the car. "I do not want to sleep with my face in the headlights if you get up at night," Jenna muttered, moving a little further out, closer to the trees, but still within the circle of imagined firelight. I picked a spot that gave me a clear line of sight to where we would build the fire and to the open sky between the branches. Old habits. I like to see the spaces between things. By the time we were done choosing, the layout would have made any designer flinch. The car sat near the north edge of the clearing, slightly off-center, its dull paint catching strips of sun. The fire ring took shape roughly in the middle, where Mark and Luis started scraping away the top layer of grass and leaves, arranging stones in a wonky circle. The 4 tents scattered around that center point like dropped toys, one angled toward the creek, one half facing the trees, one squinting toward the car, mine somewhere between. No symmetry, no neatness. Just 4 separate little decisions that had nothing to do with one another beyond distance from the fire and the vague desire to not be too close to the shadows at the edge of the clearing. If you had looked down from above, it would have been a lopsided ring, like someone had tried and failed to draw a circle around the fire and then given up. I helped Mark wrestle with the fly of our tent, then moved from corner to corner, pressing stakes into the ground. When my hand closed around each metal peg, it felt cold, even through the warmth of my skin. The dirt under the surface was compact, but not rock hard. When I pushed the stakes in with the heel of my palm or the rubber mallet, they went down with resistance, biting into something that did not want to be disturbed, but was not strong enough to stop us. Each stake took a few firm taps. Thock, thock, thock. The sound was dull and satisfying, like knocking on a heavy door from the safe side. I ran my fingers along the tight guy lines afterwards, plucked them gently like strings to feel the tension. The tent settled into place, its fabric taut and solid. A thought floated up, casual and comforting. If anything moves my tent tonight, I will hear it. I believe that, completely. It is funny thinking about that now, how sure we are of the laws we invent for ourselves. While the others fussed with their own setups and sorted sleeping bags, I wandered a little toward the creek bed. The pull of it was subtle, like being curious about a scar on someone else's skin. Up close, the channel was shallower than it had looked from the car, waist high at most, its sides sloping down in a smooth, eroded curve. The stones at the bottom were cool under my boots, even without water running over them. Some were the size of my fist, some smaller, all rounded as if time had been rolling them back and forth for years. Most of them lay in natural scatterings, but here and there, along the edge, I noticed something that made me pause. Little stacks, 3 or 4 stones at a time, set on top of one another in tiny crude piles. Nothing like the precise cairns you see on popular trails, meant to mark a path. These were rougher, more hesitant. A flat stone, then a rounder one, then something chipped, sitting precariously on top, leaning slightly, like it might fall at any second. They were spaced irregularly along the lip of the creek bed, just above where the water line would have been when there was still water. I tried to write them off immediately. Kids playing, some bored hiker, wind and chance. But wind does not usually balance things. It knocks them down. I stood there for a moment, hands in my pockets, listening. The wind moved through the upper branches again, a long exhale that never quite reached me. In that sound, there was a flutter, a faint broken rhythm that brushed the edge of my hearing. For a second, I thought I could almost make out something like numbers. Not clear, not whispered in any human language, just a suggestion, a pattern, the way you can sometimes hear words in running water if someone tells you they are there. 1, 2, 3. Something low and rough, like breath dragging over stone. Then a branch creaked overhead, and the sound collapsed back into ordinary forest noise. I shook my head, told myself it was just wind catching in the needles strangely, and turned back toward the clearing where our messy ring of tents was going up around the unborn fire. Behind me, the tiny stacks of stones sat in their uneven line, each one waiting in its own patient gravity. Evening slid in slow, the way it does in the mountains, with the light not so much fading as draining away into the trees. One moment, the clearing was painted in pale gold, the tents bright and almost cartoonish. The next, the shadows between the pines had thickened into something with weight, and the air had picked up an edge of cold that slipped under sleeves and collars. By the time we had the fire going, the sun was just a smear of color behind the dark line of the ridge. Mark crouched over the ring of rocks with a lighter and a wad of crumpled paper, coaxing thin flames into life. They caught slowly, licking up the sides of the kindling. then flared as the smaller sticks surrendered. In a few minutes, we had a proper campfire, a low, crackling blaze that threw out more light than heat at first, painting our faces orange and leaving everything beyond the circle in deep blue shadow. Luis dug into the cooler, passed out cheap beers with labels that had faded slightly from being in and out of too many fridges. The familiar hiss of tabs opening sounded weirdly loud in the padded stillness of the clearing. Cold metal in my hand, condensation already forming on the can. Jenna stabbed a hot dog onto a stick with theatrical precision, holding it over the flames as if she were making some ancient offering. "To the gods of student debt," she said. "May they forget about us for at least 3 days." "Not a chance," Mark replied, but he smiled, teeth flashing in the firelight. We cooked simple things, hot dogs blistering and darkening over the flames. A pot of macaroni balanced precariously on a flat rock at the edge of the fire, steam rising in a thin, twisting column. Marshmallows skewered on sticks, turning slowly, their surfaces swelling and browning. Sugar scent mingling with the sharp, bitter tang of wood smoke. Luis's speaker sat on a log behind him, glowing faintly. Classic rock at low volume. Then a jump to some 90s track we all knew the words to, even if we pretended we were above it. The music did not dominate. It just filled some of the empty air, like a friendly ghost that knew when to keep its voice down. Our breath misted in the cooling air, white puffs briefly visible when we laughed or groaned at a bad joke. The fire did most of the talking. It crackled steadily, embers shifting under the logs, sending up small sighs of sparks each time a knot in the wood gave way. Every now and then, a louder pop snapped through the clearing, a sharp, dry sound that made Jenna flinch and then roll her eyes at herself. Like tiny bones snapping, I would tell myself later when I played the memory back at 3 in the morning. But that night, I just told Mark, "You need better firewood." And he tossed another log on with a muttered, "You are welcome." Sparks rose in spirals when the wind nudged the flames, a rush of glowing flecks that climbed a few feet into the air before fading to nothing. Watching them, you could almost see the heat lift away from the wood and try to escape into the dark. The firelight caught in Jenna's eyes when she leaned in to poke at the coals. It set twin flames dancing in her pupils, made her irises look darker, deeper. Her face was half lit, half shadowed, the line down the middle shifting whenever she turned her head. Mark's laughter, loud, easy, the same laugh that bounced off dorm walls and bar ceilings, sounded different here. It burst out of him the same way, but at the edge of the clearing, it seemed to hit an invisible wall. It did not echo. It did not bounce back. The forest took it in and did not give any of it back. I noticed it in a small, quiet part of my brain. Not the front, where the conversation lived, but somewhere behind that, laughter that did not carry. As if the trees were absorbing it, filing it away in rings of bark and memory. We played cards on a flattened cardboard box between us, the deck a little warped from some long ago spilled drink. The suits looked warped in the firelight, red and black flickering, as if the hearts might start beating if you stared long enough. "Loser makes breakfast," Luis declared, dealing with more energy than necessary. "Loser made the playlist," I countered, and he clutched his chest like I'd shot him. We told stories that had worn smooth from being told too often. The time Mark tried to impress someone by climbing a campus statue and got stuck. The night Jenna dyed her hair in a communal bathroom and stained everything within a 5-foot radius. the hike where Luis confidently led us off trail and straight into a swamp. Each story ended in a wave of chuckles, groans, mock outrage. The kinds of sounds you hear at 100 other fires, in 100 other clearings, on 100 other nights. But every now and then, in the middle of a story or a game, something strange would happen in the rhythm of our talking. Conversation would flow along naturally. One voice, then another, laughter, an interruption, then suddenly stall in a weird, flat way. Not because we ran out of things to say. It felt more like we had all, at the same moment, left space for another voice to jump in. A fifth voice. The pause had a shape to it, the way an empty chair at a full table does. We would sit there for half a second, eyes flicking toward each other, as if we were waiting for a punchline or a comment that did not arrive. Then someone would shrug it off and start talking again, a little too quickly, patching the silence. If we had been more tired or more drunk, we might have blamed it on that. As it was, we just skipped over it. Like hitting a bump in the road and pretending you did not feel your stomach drop. Sometimes, when we all went quiet at once, no one speaking, no music for a moment, just the fire working on the wood. The stillness settled around us in a way that made my skin tighten. It was like being in a room when someone has turned down the volume on a recording and you realize how much background hum you usually live with. The absence of refrigerators buzzing, cars passing, air conditioners sighing. Here, there was no hum. At ground level, the woods were almost too still. No insect drone thick enough to be comforting. No steady rustle of leaves. Just that distant high wind in the treetops, moving along like a separate river in the sky, and the small, precise sounds of the fire eating its way through the logs. This is exactly how a found footage movie starts, Mark said at one point, poking at a marshmallow that had slumped into a molten blob. You know that, right? 4 idiots in the woods, no signal, weirdly quiet. One of them keeps narrating everything for no reason. "Hey," I said, "I do not narrate everything." "You kind of do," Jenna murmured, smiling. Luis lifted his beer. "To the first night of the horror movie," he toasted. "May we at least get good reviews." We laughed, but the laughter came out thinner this time, stretched at the edges. By the time the fire had burned down to a bed of glowing coals, the sky above the clearing was black enough that the stars looked like holes punched through it. The breath rising from our mouths was thicker now, hanging in the air for a moment before dissolving. We got quieter. The jokes spaced out. Our words sank into the night and did not bounce back. Sometime around 11, after checking the time on phones that had nothing useful to say about the outside world, we agreed it was time to sleep. The kind of tiredness that comes from hours in a car, from cold air and full stomachs, was setting in, making our movements heavy. We cleaned up half-heartedly, stowing food, closing coolers, making sure nothing too tempting was left out for whatever might wander by in the dark. Mark kicked a ring of dirt over the edges of the fire, leaving a soft red glow in the center, like an eye trying to stay open. As we stood up from the log, I cleared my throat. "Hey," I said, "if anyone gets up in the middle of the night to pee or whatever, just call out, okay? Say your name. I will probably be awake, and I do not want to hear rustling right next to my tent and die of a heart attack." "Noted," Luis said. "Luis, I am peeing now," he added in a mock-serious tone, stepping a few feet away and then stopping when Jenna threw a crumpled candy wrapper at him. We filed off to our separate nylon cocoons. Zippers rasped, fabric hissed as sleeping bags were unrolled and fluffed. The speaker clicked off with a tiny digital sigh, and the clearing felt instantly larger, the night pushing in a little closer. I was the last one by the fire, watching the coals pulse. Bright, dim, bright again. Each flare sent a faint reddened glow across the stones of the fire ring, then let it slide away. Finally, I took the metal water bottle that had been sitting nearby and tipped the last of its contents over the remaining chunks of wood. Steam rose, the coals hissing and shrinking. The last flames went out, leaving only a dull, scattered redness like embers in the back of an old cigarette. Then even that faded into black. For a second, before my eyes adjusted, the world vanished. No fire, no faces, no tents, just a sheet of darkness pressed close. As the stars and the outlines of the trees slowly reappeared, my gaze drifted past the ring of rocks, past the tents, toward the dry creek bed. Out there, in the pale stripe of stone where the channel cut through the trees, there was a patch of shadow that did not look quite like the rest. It was subtle, just a slightly darker square, or something close to a square, sitting among the lighter stones. The edges were not crisp, but there was enough shape that my mind reached for it, tried to connect the points. As if some of the rocks had arranged themselves in a faint outline, corners suggested rather than drawn. I blinked. When my eyes opened again, the creek bed looked normal. Just a scatter of pale stones, a soft, colorless stripe under the sky. No visible pattern, no square. I stood there a moment longer, listening to the high wind above and the deep quiet below, and told myself it had just been a trick of shadow and angle. My eyes adjusting to the dark. Nothing more. Then I turned, walked to my tent, and zipped myself in, taking that last image of a darker shape among the stones with me into the place where dreams were waiting. Inside the tent, the world shrank. The night outside was all pine and sky and whatever lived between the two. But in here, it was nylon walls, the faint chemical smell of the fabric, and the rustle of sleeping bags as everyone settled into their own little private pockets of dark. I have always liked that first moment in a tent, when you switch off your headlamp and the light goes from harsh white to nothing, and your eyes strain to make shapes out of the seams and folds. It feels like being in the back of your own throat, a small, enclosed space with bigger things just beyond. But liking it is not the same as sleeping in it. Camping, for me, had never meant deep, restorative rest. It meant a series of shallow dozes interrupted by every stray sound the night could come up with. A twig snapping might as well have been a gunshot. A raccoon investigating a cooler sounded like a bear rolling the car over. The quietest things grew teeth in the dark. On other trips, I would lie on my back and listen to the forest like it was a test. First layer, the wind. Is it high, just in the treetops, or low, moving through grass? Fast, slow, gusty? Wind has moods like people do, and some nights it sounded annoyed, shoving at the branches. Other nights, it sounded bored. Second layer, animals. A rustle. How big? A skitter, light and fast. Mouse, chipmunk, harmless. A heavier padding sound. Deer, probably. If it was heavy and close and stayed in one place too long, my heart would start sprinting. Third layer, human. Footsteps are different, more deliberate. A certain weight distribution. On gravel, on leaves, on dirt. Voices, even low ones, carrying away. Animal noise does not. A zipper from another campsite. The metallic clink of a bottle. Laughter in the distance that hangs in the air longer than it should. My brain had trained itself to catalog everything: wind, animal, human, unknown. On those other trips, I would wake up a dozen times a night. My eyes would snap open to a sound, my stomach dropping, my breathing shallow. Then I would lie there and watch the tent walls move with each breath of air, shadows shifting as branches outside swayed, telling myself stories. The zipper is fine. The bear is nowhere near us. That is just a pine cone falling. More than once, I sat up fully, spine aching, headlamp in my hand, listening so hard my ears rang. Hours would dissolve like that. Me and the dark, each waiting for the other to go first. So when I crawled into my sleeping bag that first night by the dry creek, I did it with the resigned expectation that I would be having another one of those conversations with the night. The ground under my pad was firm, the way I liked it. No obvious roots trying to stab me in the kidneys. I wriggled into a position I could imagine holding for at least a while, zipped the bag up to my chest, and turned off the small light clipped to the ceiling of the tent. The darkness closed in quickly, but not aggressively. Just a simple, heavy absence of light. There was the initial flurry of camp noises, a zipper from Mark's tent as he adjusted something, the muffled sound of Jenna laughing at something Luis said through the nylon, a last crumple of a snack wrapper, our little human noises thinning out. Then the bigger sounds took over. Outside, the wind moved in the treetops again, but it felt farther away now. The tent walls dulled it, knocked off the edges, turned it into a low, whooshing breath, like someone exhaling through cupped hands somewhere above me. I waited for my brain to start its usual routine: classify, categorize, spin scenarios. Okay, that scrape was a branch. That rustle was probably a small animal. That creak could be a tree shifting. It did not come. The fabric of the sleeping bag whispered against itself as I shifted my legs. Normally, that sound would feel too loud, like I was announcing my exact position to anything outside that might be listening. This time, it faded almost as soon as it reached my ears, swallowed by a thicker sort of quiet. The background noise in the clearing had flattened into something strange. Not silence exactly, but a steady, uniform hush that did not seem to have layers. No distant highway, no plane, no distant bark of a dog. Even the embers of the fire, still glowing, I knew, not far from my tent, gave off only the faintest suggestion of crackle, blurred by the tent walls until it sounded more like static than flame. It reminded me of being underwater as a kid, submerging in a pool and listening to the world get smeared and softened. You still hear things, but they arrive, rounded and distant, robbed of their sharp beginnings and endings. My body noticed before my mind did. The tension I usually carried in my shoulders started to leak away in slow drips. The tight little knot at the base of my neck loosened. My jaw unclenched without me telling it to. I stared up at the dim shape of the tent ceiling and realized, after a while, that I had not cataloged a single sound. Things had happened out there. Wind, tiny movements, whatever, but none of them had set off the alarm bells. It all blended into that same steady hush, like some giant, invisible fan was running somewhere very far off. In the past, that would have bothered me. Not being able to separate noise into categories meant not being able to predict danger. Tonight, though, it wrapped around me like thick cotton. My eyelids felt heavier than they should have after a day that was more driving than doing. There was a sluggishness in my limbs that did not feel like simple fatigue. It was as if gravity had been turned up a notch inside the tent, just enough to pin me in place. A small, sensible part of my mind raised its hand. "Too fast," it said. "You do not fall asleep this fast out here." Normally, the path to sleep on a camping trip is long and steep. I climb it slowly, slipping, sliding back down with each new noise. This time, I felt like I had stepped onto a smooth, downward-sloping tunnel and was gliding along it, whether I wanted to or not. I lay there and tried to summon the usual anxious checklist, the questions that kept me awake and, in some twisted way, made me feel safe. Did I hear footsteps? Is that a branch or something heavier? Can I smell smoke that is not ours? Is there breathing outside that is not the wind? Nothing. The questions floated up and then drifted away before they could really take shape, like thoughts you have in the instant before you fall fully asleep and lose them forever. The hush outside deepened, the muted wind, the smothered crackle of cooling embers, the occasional faint tick as the stove or a metal cup cooled. It all fused into a single noise, a soft, continuous shh that pressed gently against the tent from every direction. My last clear thoughts came in pieces. I noticed how slow my own breathing had become, how my chest rose and fell as if someone had turned the volume down on that too. I noticed the weight of my eyelids, like there were small, smooth stones resting on them from the inside. There was a flicker of unease underneath it all, like a thin wire humming behind a wall. This is too easy, I remember thinking. I should not be this tired. Something in me should still be awake. For a moment, I considered sitting up, unzipping the tent, and stepping outside to reset myself. Take one last look at the clearing, check the fire ring, listen to the night with my face in the cold air. That usually helped, seeing that the dark was just trees and sky, nothing else. Instead, I told myself, I will wake up around 2 or 3. That was the deal I made with my own brain. I will let this happen. I will let myself slide down into this easy, heavy sleep, but only for a while. Then I will wake up, step out, look at the stars, and make sure the world is still where we left it. It was a small promise, made lazily in the dim space between waking and dreaming. The way you promise to get up with your first alarm and know, deep down, that you probably will not. My last image before everything closed was of the sky over the clearing, crowded with stars, the trees black against it like teeth. I thought about how clear it would be without the firelight, how sharp the constellations might look. I thought about standing there, alone, in the middle of the night, listening, counting the sounds the way I always did. Then the tunnel ended. Sleep did not feel like something I eased into, 1 inch at a time. It felt like someone flipped a switch in the back of my head and dropped me into a single, clean block of dark. I did not wake at 2. I did not wake at 3. I did not wake at all until the light was already pressing against the tent walls from the other side. Later, when we finally talked about it, we tried to act like it was funny. Haha, weird night, weird dreams, no big deal. But the way the dreams fit together has never felt like coincidence to me. They sit in my memory now, not as 4 separate stories, but as one long hallway with different doors, each opening into a different piece of the same walk. It is easiest to start with Jenna. In her dream, she is already walking. There is no beginning, no moment of deciding to move. She is just there, 1 foot in front of the other, in an endless desert that looks stretched thin, like a photograph pulled too far at the edges. The sand is bright and fine, so pale it hurts to look at for long. Sunlight sits heavy on everything, pressing down without mercy. The heat climbs through the soles of her shoes, a slow burn that feels personal, like the ground is offended she is here. Beside her, a lion pads along, tethered to her wrist by a chain. Its mane moves in slow motion, each strand of hair catching the light, each ripple of muscle under its skin slightly delayed, as if the creature is operating on a different clock. Its eyes are forward, unblinking, fixed on a horizon that never grows closer. Jenna can feel the weight of the chain in her hand with every step, metal links tugging at her bones, not quite enough to hurt, but enough to remind her that she is not walking alone. Behind her is absence. She does not hear footsteps back there, no crunch of sand, no breathing, but she feels pacing in her spine, a presence that matches her stride exactly, never gaining, never falling behind. And threaded through the dry, unbroken air is a voice. It does not sound like any human tongue. It is low, rough, grinding, as if someone has taken syllables and forced them through a throat made of rock. She does not hear actual numbers, not the way we say them, but she knows, in that strange, dream-sure way, that it is counting her steps. Each time her foot hits the sand, something behind her acknowledges it. Not aloud, not in a language, but in a friction of sound, a scrape that runs along the inside of her skull. She does not dare look back. The desert feels fragile, like glass. She is sure that if she turns, if she sees whatever is walking in her shadow, the horizon will crack and the sky will fall in shards. So she keeps going, step, scrape, step, scrape. The lion's shoulder brushes her thigh sometimes, grounding her, but even that feels like borrowed comfort. Its heartbeat does not seem to match her own. When Jenna told us that part, she laughed, said it was just stress or something. But there was a moment before the laugh where her fingers tightened against her mug, like she could still feel the chain. Mark's dream moved differently. He is marching down a straight road under a sky that cannot decide what storm it wants to be. Low clouds bruise purple and green, hanging too close, like the underside of a lid. The air smells of metal and rain that refuses to fall. His boots hit the ground in perfect time with a line of others on either side of him. Rows of men in uniform, their faces indistinct, like the details have been rubbed off. Their heads are tilted forward, their eyes on the road ahead, mouths closed. The sound of all those boots is a drum that he can feel through his ribs. It swallows up the smaller noises, the distant thunder, the rustle of fabric, even his own breathing. To his right, a voice calls cadence. Left, right, left, right. It is crisp and sharp, cutting through the heavier sounds with surgical precision. The tone is not angry, not encouraging, not tired. It is inevitable. A command given so many times that it no longer carries any emotion, just rhythm. Every time the voice says left, his left boot comes down. Every time it says right, his right follows. There is no hesitation. The idea of breaking pace feels physically impossible, like trying to breathe water. He wonders, in the small strip of mind that still feels like his, what would happen if he stopped? If he stepped sideways out of formation, let his feet fall out of sync. But the thought slides off the smooth surface of the command and goes nowhere. The road stretches out forever ahead. There are no landmarks, no buildings, no trees. Just that flat gray line under his boots and that bruised sky above, pressing down. Left, right, left. The counting is inside the command, inside the rhythm, invisible but absolute. He told us later that the voice did not sound human after a while. Not exactly. It sounded like something old trying to remember how to imitate a drill sergeant. Luis did not want to talk about his dream at first. He shrugged, said he did not remember it, but memory has edges, and sometimes they cut even when you try to hide them. In his dream, he walks around a square courtyard. The walls are too tall to see over, smooth and blank, rising straight up into a sky that does not look like sky at all. It looks like static on an old television, gray and restless, buzzing without sound. There is no roof, nothing to block the view, but the space still feels closed in. The courtyard floor is made of large stone slabs, arranged in a grid. The lines between them are hair-thin and dark. He moves along the perimeter, following the walls. Every time he reaches a corner, he turns without deciding to, his body pulled along the next side as if following a track. Each corner feels different. He cannot say how. One feels sharp, like standing too close to a knife. Another feels charged, like the air before lightning. The third feels hollow, like a missing tooth. The fourth feels expectant, as if something is standing there just outside his vision, waiting for him to complete the lap. There are no footsteps echoing off the walls. The sound of his soles hitting the stone is dampened, swallowed. Still, he has the sense that each step drops through the floor, like a pebble into a deep well, and lands somewhere far below. He does not hear counting, but he feels it. Something beneath the courtyard, marking each pass around the square, each turn at each corner, as if he is tracing lines on a page someone else is holding. Luis did not describe all of that to us that morning. I only know it now because I have seen the way his eyes sometimes follow the corners of a room, as if checking to make sure they are going to stay where they are. My own dream, or what I can drag back from it, is narrower. I am walking down a stone corridor. The walls are close on either side, rough in some places, unnaturally smooth in others, like parts of them have been worn down by hands or time. There is no visible light source, but I can see. The darkness is soft, bluish, like the last light after sunset. The floor under my bare feet is cold and ancient, a chill that seeps up into my bones. Each stone tile is slightly different. A shallow dip here, a ridge there, but they all share the same deep, settled quiet. I can see my breath when I exhale, a pale fog in the air. It curls and lingers too long, as though even the air does not want to move on. With every step I take, there is a sensation that does not fit anywhere in my usual inventory. It is not sound in my ears, not weight in my muscles, not temperature on my skin. It is like stepping on a scale. As my foot comes down, I feel something notice. Not above me, not around me, but below. A pressure from beneath, a brief give, and then resistance, followed by a subtle click that I feel in my teeth, not in the floor. Weighing, measuring, noting. The corridor goes on and on. No doors, no windows. Just the same unbroken passage, the same repeating sequence of stones. If I look straight ahead, the perspective lines never converge. In the silence of the corridor, there is a rhythm. Not quite a voice, not quite a drum. It is a series of pulses, low, grinding vibrations that roll through the stone from far away. Every few steps, they fall into sync with my pace. For a handful of heartbeats, it feels like I am walking in time with something enormous, something with its own slow, patient count. 1 foot down, there you are. Next foot down, still there. In some half-lucid corner of the dream, I understand that I'm not the only one making noise. Somewhere off to my left, There are other footsteps, distant but present. To my right, more, moving at different speeds, but all following the same invisible grid. It feels less like four people having four dreams and more like one pattern playing out in four directions. Our paths separate but aligned. The desert, the road, the courtyard, the corridor. Four variations on the same idea. Bodies in motion, steps being counted, someone or something keeping track. If you tilt all those dreams in your hands, you can hear the same faint sound at the bottom of them. A click, a scrape, a whispered command, a grinding breath. Counting, always counting. For a moment, imagine sinking down away from all of that. Down through sand and road and stone, past the floor of the courtyard, past the walls of the corridor, down into a dark that has never seen the sky. Down there, in a space carved not by water or time but by intention, something waits. It does not have eyes the way we do, but it knows how to feel. The world above presses into it through the stone. Tiny tremors, faint ripples. Four sets of footsteps, four different weights, four distinct rhythms. They move across the skin of the earth, tracing lines, marking corners, describing a shape without knowing they are doing it. With each step, the vibrations arrive below, traveling through rock like messages under ice. The presence listens. It senses when one path turns, when another completes a loop, when a third passes a charged corner, when a fourth walks down a corridor with no doors. It is not interested in who we are, not in the way we mean that. It is interested in where we are, in the geometry of our movement. As we sleep and walk in our separate dreams, it feels the pattern forming above. A rough perimeter, a sequence it almost remembers, a square. Something in the dark stirs, not fully waking, but shifting slightly, as if adjusting to the idea that after a very long time, the count might finally be starting again. There are nights that feel like long corridors. You move through them, door by door, waking a little each time something rattles the handle. That night did not feel like a corridor. It felt like a single black wall. Later, when I tried to remember, I could not find any seams in it. No thin places where a sound had pushed through. No faint moments of almost waking. Just one continuous stretch of nothing between the last time I saw the inside of my tent and the first time I saw it lit up by morning. I remember closing my eyes, the fabric of the sleeping bag whispering under my shoulders as I shifted, the faint taste of smoke still in the back of my throat, that distant, underwater hush of the forest, all the individual sounds blurred into one soft shh that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Then, light, no middle, no dream impressions clinging to my skin. Those belonged to some other layer, buried deeper, like writing on the underside of a page. At the surface, where waking and sleeping normally braid together, there was nothing at all. On every other camping trip I had ever done, the night broke itself for me into small, uneven pieces. A twig snapped somewhere behind the tent. My eyes open. I hold my breath, count to 10, classify the noise. Gust of wind pushes against the rainfly. The fabric bellies inward. My mind conjures a shape pressing in from outside. Awake again. Far off, coyotes start their thin, wild chorus. The sound threads into whatever half-dream I was having and pulls me to the surface. Awake again. I roll over. I adjust the hood of the sleeping bag. I listen. Little micro-awakenings, scattered through the hours like stones in a stream, giving the night texture. No matter how poorly I sleep, I can usually look back and see those points. like pins stuck into darkness. But that night, if I try to rewind, I find only the last crackle of the fire under the sound of the water bottle emptying, and then the insistence of daylight. There is a quiet horror in that, once you really sit with it. If you sleep like that in your own bed, in your own locked room, it is a gift, a mercy. Your brain saying, I will hold you here until morning. You can rest. But out there, under a thin layer of fabric and a sky full of unknowns, it means something else. It means that anything could have happened just outside that thin nylon wall, and I would have had no idea. Someone could have walked up to the tent and stood over me, just listening. Hands could have pressed against the fabric, testing the tension. Footsteps could have circled us, slowly, tracing routes between each tent, figuring out distances, angles, weight. The zipper a few inches from my head could have slid down in the dark, the teeth parting with a soft, controlled sound, and still, I might not have come back to the surface. The thing that makes this more than just an anxious thought is how complete the audio blank feels in my memory. When I look back for rain, I do not find it. When I look back for the high tremble of wind working itself into a howl, I do not find that either. No distant car on some unseen road. No plane smeared across the stars with its low mechanical sigh. No owls, no coyotes, no night insects building their layered static. What I have instead is the last clear sensory note. The faint, muffled sigh of embers when the water hit them. A brief hiss that puffed against the side of my awareness and then faded. And the next note after that is the chirp of a morning bird, sharp and bright and much too close, punching through the tent wall like a pin through canvas. Everything between is not just forgotten. It feels as if it was never there to begin with. If you take a film reel and cut out all the middle frames, leaving only the first and the last, what you are left with is a jump, a jolt. That is how waking up felt. I surfaced like something pulled on a rope, not like someone who had rolled slowly up through layers of sleep. One moment, my mind was nowhere. The next, it was back in my body with an almost physical thud. My eyes opened on the familiar dim oval of the tent ceiling, but for a second, I did not recognize it. The light coming through the fabric was too white, too full. It was not the gray-blue seep of dawn. It was daylight, already established, pressing in from the outside. My head felt wrong, not just heavy, thick, like it had been wrapped in several layers of cloth overnight. All the edges of my thoughts blunted. I have been sedated once in my life for a minor procedure, and the aftermath tasted something like this. A slow, syrupy return to myself, limbs leaden, mouth dry, a faint chemical echo behind the nose. This felt like that, the aftertaste of being taken under on purpose. My tongue stuck slightly to the roof of my mouth. My joints protested when I flexed them, not with the simple stiffness of a cold night, but with the deep, murky ache of having lain in one position far too long. I tried to replay the night. There should have been that moment when I realized I needed to pee, but decided to wait. There should have been the half-awake shiver when my arm slipped out of the sleeping bag and touched cold air. There should have been the vague awareness of someone else shifting in a nearby tent, the soft slide of their zipper. Nothing. Underneath the heaviness in my skull, a thin thread of unease pulled tight. I turned my head, the sleeping bag rasping softly under my ear, and listened. Morning had built itself outside without me. Birdsong, hesitant at first, then more confident. the high, repeating note of some unseen creature in the trees, the faint clicking talk of smaller things hidden in the grass. No voices yet, no human movement. For a moment, it was easy to imagine that I had dreamed the night in the clearing, that the whole thing had been a long, strange nap taken with a podcast running in the background, and I had woken up in my own bed. Then my shoulder reminded me that the ground under the pad was not perfectly flat, and the faint scent of smoke in the fabric around me reminded me of the fire. I lay there, eyes open, breathing slowly, and felt my heart start to pick up speed as the implications settled. Whatever had or had not happened outside that tent, while my mind was wrapped in its black band of sleep, I would never know from my own memory. The only record would be whatever the morning chose to show us. Finally, feeling the stale, warm air inside the tent grow too thick, I decided to get up. I worked one arm free from the cocoon of the sleeping bag, wincing as the cold hit the skin. My hand found the zipper of the tent door by habit, fingertips sliding along the tiny metal teeth until they closed around the pull tab. As I curled my fingers around it, ready to drag it down and let the light in, I heard something. It was so faint that if I had been moving, if I had been talking, if there had been music playing, I would have missed it completely. From somewhere very far away, far below, or far out among the trees, it came, a single delicate click, stone against stone. Not the harsh clatter of rocks tumbling, not the rumble of anything large shifting, just a small, precise contact, like someone tapping one smooth rock against another. Once, the sound threaded into the quiet of the morning and was gone in an instant, leaving a stillness behind it that felt thicker than before, as if the air had briefly held its breath and then exhaled. I froze, hand on the zipper, every muscle held between one heartbeat and the next. Had it come from the direction of the dry creek? From under the ground? From a dream that had lingered a second too long on waking? I listened hard, waiting for a second click, a sequence, anything, nothing. Just birds and the soft stirring of the tent fabric as some far-off breeze brushed the clearing. I told myself it had been my imagination, some leftover fragment from the stone corridor in my dream, echoing in my ears as I climbed out of that deep, unnatural sleep. My fingers tightened on the zipper pull, slowly, trying not to make more noise than necessary. I drew it down, teeth parting with a familiar, reassuring rasp, and let the first bright slice of the new day cut into the dim interior of the tent. The first thing that hit me was the light. It came in hard and white through the opening I had just unzipped, a narrow blade slicing into the dim, tent-colored space where I had been floating in the thick remnants of sleep. For a second, I had to close my eyes against it, lids turning orange-red as the sunlight pressed through. Cold air flowed in behind the light, slipping over my face, under the collar of my shirt, down along my spine. It had that thin, mountain quality that always feels cleaner than what you breathe in town. But this morning, it made my skin tighten. I took a breath anyway, feeling it burn a little at the back of my throat, and then I did what you always do. I pushed my hands forward, flattened them against the ground outside to brace myself, and crawled out of the tent. My knees found the dirt. My boots found their own balance. I straightened up, blinking, and the world came into focus. The clearing was exactly where we had left it. The ring of pines still stood in a loose, dark wall around us, their tops sharp against a pale sky. The dry creek still cut its pale scar along one edge, stones winking faintly in the morning light. Our cooler sat where we had dropped it the night before, a little tilted, but closed. But the tents were wrong. I felt it before I fully understood it. A small drop in my stomach, like stepping down onto a stair that is not where your foot expects it to be. A subtle shift in weight, in the geometry of the space. Then my eyes caught up. The 4 tents no longer sat in the sloppy ring we had made around the fire pit. There was no drunken oval, no random scattering based on who liked which side of the car. Instead, they stood in a near-perfect square. Mine, Mark's, Jenna's, Luis's. 4 bright fabric shapes set on the dirt with an almost deliberate neatness, each one occupying a corner, each one turned just so. The distances between them were not exact, like measurements on a blueprint, but they were close enough that my brain read them as equal. You could have walked from one door to the next in almost the same number of steps in any direction. The doors were the worst part. Every tent flap, every little semicircle of zippered opening faced inward, toward the empty center. Last night, we had aimed them vaguely at the fire, at the car, at whatever felt convenient. Now they stared at one another, across an invisible center point, like 4 silent people sitting at a table, all looking at the same empty chair. From where I stood, half hunched from crawling out, it felt like I had just stepped onto a stage where the other actors were already in position, waiting for me to hit my mark. Behind and off to the side, the car suddenly looked wrong too. It had not moved. Its tires still wore the same half moons of dried mud, but where last night it had felt like the anchor of the camp, the solid human thing everything else revolved around, now it sat a little apart, sulking near the tree line. The focal point of the clearing had shifted. It was not the car, not the fire ring. It was that space defined by the 4 tents, the shape they made together. Goosebumps crawled up both my arms, rising all at once like a field of tiny, pale needles. My scalp prickled, the skin at the back of my neck tightening as if cold fingers had brushed there. Inside my chest, my heart had already decided how to feel. It had picked speed and was leaning into it, bumping against my ribs with a quick, shallow rhythm. For a moment, I had the dizzy sensation of having woken up in the wrong place entirely. Not just a different city or a different house, but a different arrangement of space, as if someone had quietly reseated the furniture of our camp while we slept, and then put me back down into it, expecting me not to notice the new pattern. I forced myself to stand up fully, knees popping, back stretching. The world tilted almost imperceptibly as I straightened, vision swimming for a heartbeat, and then steadied. I turned my head slowly, letting my gaze pan across the clearing the way a camera might. To my left, Jenna's tent, green, square-shouldered, door flap tied halfway open. It stood on its little patch of ground with an unearned confidence, exactly where the corner of some invisible shape would be. Beyond that, past a strip of trampled grass, Luis's tent mirrored it. Smaller, darker, set at the same angle, its door also aimed at the center. If someone had drawn lines from each corner of their tent bases, I knew. Those lines would face one another with satisfying symmetry. On the far side, almost directly across from me, Mark's tent hugged its own corner. The colors were different, the brand logo another shape, but the position was right, too right. The shadow it cast fell neatly along an imagined edge. Then my eyes came back around to mine, the last corner, completing the circuit. From above, If you could have looked down at us from the height of the tallest pines, the four of them would have marked out a clean, geometric figure on the ground. 4 points, 4 sides, enclosing a patch of dirt that suddenly felt more significant than the rest. The fire ring, our own deliberate design, looked slightly off-center now, like an afterthought someone had placed in the middle without understanding what the main shape was supposed to be. The dry creek lay at a strange angle to it all, no longer just a casual border. It cut across one side of the imaginary square's orbit, like an old scar intersecting a newer wound. Its pale stones seemed brighter in the morning light, a river of bone-colored shapes that caught the sun and threw it back in dull, chalky flashes. Beyond everything, the tree line stood and watched. The pines formed a loose, uneven frame around the picture, trunks rising like columns, branches weaving together overhead. In the cool brightness of morning, they should have looked less ominous than they had at night. Instead, they reminded me of an audience in a theater, sitting in the dark rows, just beyond the reach of the stage lights. You do not see their faces. You only know they are out there by the sense of being seen. Birds were singing, finally. I noticed them in the way you notice a sound through a closed window. Their calls were high and fluting, some short and insistent, others low and conversational. But even as they layered over one another, the overall effect felt distant, as if they were several rooms away or behind glass. The air between me and the trees seemed to muffle them, flattening their songs into something more like a recording played in another apartment. You hear it, but you are not quite part of it. I swallowed, tasting stale sleep on my tongue, and tried to tell myself that there had to be an explanation. Maybe we had been more organized than I remembered. Maybe, tired and half joking about not wasting space, we had subconsciously aimed for a square even while insisting we were just tossing tents down wherever. Except, I remembered the way we had chosen our spots, the overlapping "here's fine" declarations, the lazy arc of the placements. I remembered looking at the camp and thinking it looked like a rough ring around the fire, not a math problem waiting to be solved. And there was no way we would have all agreed, silently, in the dark, to point our doors inward like that. My stomach gave another small, revolting flip, not enough to make me fold over, but enough to send a warning up my spine. A faint nausea, as if my body were reacting to a change in pressure I could not see. Something had moved us, not just our tents, but the idea of where we were. I stood there, the cold air chewing gently at my exposed skin, and felt the absence of any memory of it happening. No grunting, no dragging, no fumbling footsteps in the night. Just that black wall of sleep. And now this arrangement, laid out around me like a ritual diagram I did not remember drawing. For a few stretched seconds, I did nothing. I just stood at my corner of the square, breathing slowly, listening to birds that sounded far away, and looking at the empty center point where all 4 doors pointed. The middle of the shape was just dirt and a few scattered needles, nothing more. But my eyes kept going back to it, as if something should have been standing there. Behind me, a zipper rasped open. The sound snapped me out of the staring contest I'd been having with the empty center of the square. I turned my head just as Mark's face appeared in the doorway of his tent. Hair crushed on one side, eyes narrowed against the brightness. He squinted at the clearing, then stepped out, one socked foot, then the other, onto the cold ground. For a moment, he just stood there, the easygoing, default half smile he always wore in the mornings slowly draining away. His gaze moved from his tent to mine, then to Jenna's and Luis's, tracing the shape the same way I had. I saw the moment his brain caught it. His shoulders stiffened almost imperceptibly. "We did not," he started, then stopped, swallowed, tried again. "We did not set up like this, right?" Jenna's zipper whined from the far corner. She crawled out on hands and knees, hair shoved into a messy knot, hoodie already pulled over her t-shirt. Her eyes were still soft with sleep until she straightened and really looked around. Whatever warmth had been there cooled fast. "No," she said flatly. "Nope, this is not." She made a loose gesture with her hand, as if trying to sketch the word she wanted in the air. "We were not this tidy." Luis emerged last, blinking owlishly behind his smudged glasses. He stretched once, then froze mid-gesture, arms halfway up, as the scene in front of him resolved. He let his arms drop. "Okay," he said quietly. "That is new." For a few seconds, the four of us just stood in our separate corners, staring across the center at each other, like people waking up in the wrong seats in a theater. Mark broke the silence with a forced chuckle. "Did one of you get up in the middle of the night and decide to feng shui the campsite?" Luis shook his head immediately. "I did not move anything. I slept like a corpse." Jenna's mouth twisted. "If I had been awake enough to drag a tent, everyone within 50 miles would have heard about it. They all looked at me then, as if I might have some explanation ready." I held up my hands. "I did not touch anything," I said. "I would not move my own tent in the dark, never mind yours." "Then who did?" Mark asked. The question hung there, dumb and obvious and heavy. No one reached for it. The nausea in my stomach gave another slow turn. I needed something to do with my hands, my feet, my eyes. Some way to prove to myself that this was just weird, not impossible. "I am going to look at the ground," I said. "Of course you are," Luis muttered. But there was no real bite in it. It sounded more like relief that someone was doing anything at all. I started walking the perimeter. The dirt around camp was a patchwork of textures. Some areas scuffed and loose from our arrival the night before. Others still pressed smooth by old weather. Pine needles lay in thin carpets here and there, interrupted by the circular imprints of boots. I tried to remember, as clearly as I could, where our tents had stood. Not just over there, but exactly. I could see flashes of it. Jenna's tent closer to the tree line, mine angled more toward the car, Luis's a little crooked, Mark's half turned toward the fire. Roughly along that arc, at the outer edge of where I thought the old positions had been, the ground told a story. There were long, shallow furrows scraped into the dirt, parallel lines where something heavy had been dragged. 2 tracks for each tent, in some places only a few inches apart, in others fanning out slightly where the ground dipped or bulged. They looked like someone had hooked onto the tent bases and pulled, letting the weight of the fabric and the gear inside carve the marks. Every now and then, the tracks deepened where a stake had caught on a buried root or a rock, gouging a short, angrier line. In one place, I could see where the tent edge had snagged and then popped free, leaving behind a crumpled candy wrapper half buried in the churned soil. A white bottle cap lay a little askew near one of the tracks, gleaming in the light like a dropped coin. I did not remember it being there before. Farther along, near where I was sure Luis's tent had once been, a sock lay in the dirt, faint leaf print on the fabric, where something had pressed it into the ground and then slipped past. I followed the furrows slowly, my boots careful, trying not to scuff over anything important. The tracks ran in gentle arcs from that rough original circle toward the positions of the new square, converging here and there where two paths crossed. It was like looking at the ghost of our previous layout being erased and overwritten by someone else's idea of order. Then, about 10 feet away from where the tents now stood, the story changed. The drag marks stopped. Not faded, not lost among other prints. They ended. One furrow, carved by the edge of what must have been my tent, ran smoothly through the dirt and then simply broke off, as if whoever, or whatever, was pulling had decided they had gone far enough. Beyond that point, the ground ahead of it was undisturbed. No continuation, no gentle, diminishing scrape. The same was true of the others. Each pair of tracks ended in roughly the same invisible line, a ragged curve circling the camp at a specific distance from the new tent positions. From that invisible border to the tents themselves, the dirt was mostly smooth. Some footprints from us walking around, a few scattered needles, but no drag marks. No sign of a heavy object being hauled the last stretch. It was as if, once they reached that threshold, the tents had simply been lifted, picked up, carried through the remaining space, and then set down in their new, perfect corner spots without so much as a scuff. I moved closer and dropped into a crouch beside one of the guy lines, fingers digging into the earth. The stakes anchoring the tent were still driven in deep and clean, angled just the way I had put them in. There were no widened holes, no crumbs of fresh earth piled at the surface to suggest they had been pulled out and shoved back in. The dirt around them looked settled, undisturbed, like it had not been touched since my palm and the mallet had worked it the previous afternoon. I reached out and gripped one of the stakes, gave it a slight tug. It resisted, firm and stubborn in the soil. I would have had to work to get it out. The logistics of it hit me then, slow and heavy. Someone, or something, would have had to move 4 fully loaded tents with people sleeping inside along those arcs. They would have had to pull them carefully enough not to wake us, navigate the uneven ground, avoid tripping on guy lines. Then, 10 feet from where they wanted them, they would have had to lift each tent with all that weight off the ground, carry it forward, and set it down so precisely that the stakes dropped back into the same holes they had originated from, without leaving any signs of strain on the fabric, without leaving any crushed grass or scuff marks in that last 10-foot stretch, without jostling us enough to knock us out of that unnatural sleep. I looked for footprints. They were there, of course. Our own from last night, still visible in patches, overlapping, pressed deeper in some places where we had pivoted or staggered under packs. Closer to the new tent positions, I saw fresher prints. The soft smudge under where I had just stepped, the slight, neat oval where Jenna had planted her foot on the way out of her tent. But beyond those, in the region between the end of the drag marks and the tents, I didn't see anything that did not belong to us. One socked foot. The ground is not that hard, I said. I nudged a patch of dirt with the toe of my boot. It gave easily, a small puff of dust rising. It took everything else. We ended up drifting back toward the center of the square, drawn by the same morbid magnet. Standing there now, with all 4 tents staring inward, the empty patch of earth felt even more like an intentional absence. A cleared stage, a missing object in a display. It did not stay empty for long. Jenna said, her voice thinning. Did any of you do that? She was pointing at the ground directly between us. At some point, between my first shocked step out of the tent and our slow convergence on the center, our eyes had all slid over it without fully seeing. Or maybe it had been there all along, and our brains had filed it as unimportant until now. In the exact middle of the square, 4 flat stones were stacked on top of one another. They were not part of the scattered creek bed. These were darker, pulled from the edge of the clearing, or dug a little from the dirt. Each one was roughly the size of my hand, surfaces mostly smooth, edges chipped. The bottom stone sat solid and wide. On top of it, a slightly smaller stone, aligned carefully so that its edges matched the one below as closely as their irregular shapes allowed. Then another, then another. 4 layers, balanced, not perfectly symmetrical. Nature does not give you perfect rectangles out here, but deliberate. There was a precision in the way they had been laid that felt different from the clumsy, playful stacks I had seen along the dry creek the day before. This was not someone killing time or marking a trail. This felt like someone saying, "Here." That was not there last night, Luis said. "You sure?" Mark asked weakly. "I would have noticed if we had a rock tower in the middle of camp," Jenna snapped, fear sharpening her tone. We stood around it, one person at each tent door, forming our own rough human square around the stone one. From where I was, looking down at it, the message clicked into place with a kind of cold, mechanical clarity. This was not random. This was a marker, a way of telling us, and maybe something else, that this point mattered. That this was the heart of whatever shape had been drawn here overnight. It felt, more than anything, like someone had gone to the trouble of moving our sleeping bodies around on the board just to say, "This is the point we needed you to face." The easygoing, default half smile he always wore in the mornings, slowly draining away. His gaze moved from his tent to mine, then to Jenna's and Luis's, tracing the shape the same way I had. I saw the moment his brain caught it. His shoulders stiffened almost imperceptibly. "We did not," he started, then stopped, swallowed, tried again. "We did not set up like this, right?" Jenna's zipper whined from the far corner. She crawled out on hands and knees, hair shoved into a messy knot, hoodie already pulled over her t-shirt. Her eyes were still soft with sleep until she straightened and really looked around. Whatever warmth had been there cooled fast. "No," she said, flatly. "Nope, this is not." She made a loose gesture with her hand, as if trying to sketch the word she wanted in the air. "We were not this tidy." Luis emerged last, blinking owlishly behind his smudged glasses. He stretched once, then froze mid-gesture, arms halfway up, as the scene in front of him resolved. He let his arms drop. "Okay," he said quietly. "That is new." For a few seconds, the 4 of us just stood in our separate corners, staring across the center at each other, like people waking up in the wrong seats in a theater. Mark broke the silence with a forced chuckle. "Did one of you get up in the middle of the night and decide to feng shui the campsite?" Luis shook his head immediately. "I did not move anything. I slept like a corpse." Jenna's mouth twisted. If I had been awake enough to drag a tent, everyone within 50 miles would have heard about it. They all looked at me then, as if I might have some explanation ready. I held up my hands. "I did not touch anything," I said. "I would not move my own tent in the dark." "Never mind yours." "Then who did?" Mark asked. The question hung there, dumb and obvious and heavy. No one reached for it. The nausea in my stomach gave another slow turn. I needed something to do with my hands, my feet, my eyes. Some way to prove to myself that this was just weird, not impossible. She enters wine. So I am going to look at the ground, I said. Of course you are, Luis muttered, but there was no real bite in it. It sounded more like relief that someone was doing anything at all. I started walking the perimeter. The dirt around camp was a patchwork of textures. Some areas scuffed and loose from our arrival the night before. Others still pressed smooth by old weather. Pine needles lay in thin carpets here and there, interrupted by the circular imprints of boots. I tried to remember, as clearly as I could, where our tents had stood. Not just over there, but exactly. I could see flashes of it. Jenna's tent closer to the tree line. Mine angled more toward the car. Luis's a little crooked. Mark's half turned toward the fire, roughly along that arc, at the outer edge of where I thought the old positions had been. The ground told a story. There were long, shallow furrows scraped into the dirt, parallel lines where something heavy had been dragged. 2 tracks for each tent. In some places, only a few inches apart. In others, fanning out slightly, where the ground dipped or bulged. They looked like someone had hooked onto the tent bases and pulled, letting the weight of the fabric and the gear inside carve the marks. Every now and then, the tracks deepened where a stake had caught on a buried root or a rock, gouging a short, angrier line. In one place, I could see where the tent edge had snagged and then popped free, leaving behind a crumpled candy wrapper half buried in the churned soil. A white bottle cap lay a little askew near one of the tracks, gleaming in the light like a dropped coin. I did not remember it being there before. Farther along, near where I was sure Luis's tent had once been, a sock lay in the dirt, faint leaf print on the fabric where something had pressed it into the ground and then slipped past. I followed the furrows slowly, my boots careful, trying not to scuff over anything important. The tracks ran in gentle arcs from that rough original circle toward the positions of the new square, converging here and there where 2 paths crossed. It was like looking at the ghost of our previous layout, being erased and overwritten by someone else's idea of order. Then, about 10 feet away from where the tents now stood, the story changed. The drag marks stopped, not faded, not lost among other prints. They ended. One furrow, carved by the edge of what must have been my tent, ran smoothly through the dirt and then simply broke off, as if whoever, or whatever, was pulling had decided they had gone far enough. Beyond that point, the ground ahead of it was undisturbed. No continuation, no gentle, diminishing scrape. The same was true of the others. Each pair of tracks ended in roughly the same invisible line, a ragged curve circling the camp at a specific distance from the new tent positions. From that invisible border to the tents themselves, the dirt was mostly smooth. Some footprints from us walking around, a few scattered needles, but no drag marks, no sign of a heavy object being hauled the last stretch. It was as if, once they reached that threshold, the tents had simply been lifted, picked up, carried through the remaining space, and then set down in their new, perfect corner spots without so much as a scuff. I moved closer and dropped into a crouch beside one of the guy lines, fingers digging into the earth. The stakes anchoring the tent were still driven in deep and clean, angled just the way I had put them in. There were no widened holes, no crumbs of fresh earth piled at the surface to suggest they had been pulled out and shoved back in. The dirt around them looked settled, undisturbed, like it had not been touched since my palm, and the mallet had worked it the previous afternoon. I reached out and gripped one of the stakes, gave it a slight tug. It resisted, firm and stubborn in the soil. I would have had to work to get it out. The logistics of it hit me then, slow and heavy. Someone, or something, would have had to move 4 fully loaded tents, with people sleeping inside, Along those arcs, they would have had to pull them carefully enough not to wake us, navigate the uneven ground, avoid tripping on guy lines, then 10 feet from where they wanted them. They would have had to lift each tent with all that weight off the ground, carry it forward, and set it down so precisely that the stakes dropped back into the same holes they had originated from, without leaving any signs of strain on the fabric, without leaving any crushed grass or scuff marks in that last 10-foot stretch, without jostling us enough to knock us out of that unnatural sleep. I looked for footprints. They were there, of course, our own from last night, still visible in patches, overlapping, pressed deeper, in some places where we had pivoted or staggered under packs. Closer to the new tent positions, I saw fresher prints, the soft smudge under where I had just stepped, the slight, neat oval where Jenna had planted her foot on the way out of her tent. But beyond those, in the region between the end of the drag marks and the tents, I did not see anything that did not belong to us. No long, looping impressions from unfamiliar boots circling the camp. No deep heel marks from someone hauling weight. No cluster of smaller prints suggesting multiple people had been working together. The ground was strangely clean. Either whoever had done this had floated across the last stretch without touching, or they had left footprints that did not register in ordinary dirt. That is not possible, Luis said quietly behind me. I had not heard him come up, but his voice dropped into the space beside me like a stone into a still pond. I straightened slowly, my knees complaining. The tracks are there, I said. Something moved them. Then, something put them down without... The middle part, Jenna said, hugging her arms around herself. Her eyes darted from the end of the furrows to the bases of the tents, as if trying to see the missing step. Mark scrubbed a hand over his face. Maybe the ground is just hard, he offered weakly. Maybe it did not take the impression. The ground is not that hard, I said. I nudged a patch of dirt with the toe of my boot. It gave easily, a small puff of dust rising. It took everything else. We ended up drifting back toward the center of the square, drawn by the same morbid magnet, standing there now, with all 4 tents staring inward. The empty patch of earth felt even more like an intentional absence, a cleared stage, a missing object in a display. It did not stay empty for long. Jenna said, her voice thinning. Did any of you do that? She was pointing at the ground directly between us. At some point, between my first shock step out of the tent and our slow convergence on the center, our eyes had all slid over it without fully seeing. Or maybe it had been there all along, and our brains had filed it as unimportant until now. In the exact middle of the square, 4 flat stones were stacked on top of one another. They were not part of the scattered creek bed. These were darker, pulled from the edge of the clearing, or dug a little from the dirt. Each one was roughly the size of my hand. Surfaces mostly smooth, edges chipped. The bottom stone sat solid and wide. On top of it, a slightly smaller stone, aligned carefully so that its edges matched the one below as closely as their irregular shapes allowed. Then another, 4 layers, balanced, not perfectly symmetrical. Nature does not give you perfect rectangles out here, but deliberate. There was a precision in the way they had been laid that felt different from the clumsy, playful stacks I had seen along the dry creek the day before. This was not someone killing time or marking a trail. This felt like someone saying, "Here, that was not there last night," Luis said. "You sure?" Mark asked weakly. I would have noticed if we had a rock tower in the middle of camp. Jenna snapped, fear sharpening her tone. We stood around it, one person at each tent door, forming our own rough human square around the stone one. From where I was, Looking down at it, the message clicked into place with a kind of cold, mechanical clarity. This was not random. This was a marker, a way of telling us, and maybe something else, that this point mattered, that this was the heart of whatever shape had been drawn here overnight. It felt, more than anything, like someone had gone to the trouble of moving our sleeping bodies around on the board, just to say, this is the point we needed you to face. We did not sit down so much as we sank. One by one, we folded ourselves to the ground around the stone stack, each of us careful to keep a little extra distance from it, as if it were hot. Nobody said, let's sit. Nobody suggested a meeting. It just happened. Like gravity had shifted, and the only safe place now was low, close to the dirt, where we could see each other's faces and the stones between us at the same time. We ended up in a rough circle, another ring around the square we did not ask for, with the 4 flat rocks in the center. Our usual tone, the half-teasing, half-mocking chatter that had carried us through long drives and bad weather and worse hangovers, was gone. When we spoke, our voices came out softer than normal, like we had all subconsciously agreed that we were in the quiet part of a hospital, or a church after the service, or the hallway outside a door we did not want to open. So, Mark said at last, the word landing on the dirt with a dull little thud. Sleep good? It was meant to be a joke. I heard the shape of it, but the edge of his mouth did not even try to lift. I think so, Jenna said. She frowned, eyes flicking from me to the stones, then to the tents, then back again, like her brain was trying to find a safe place to land and failing. I do not remember waking up at all. That is, not normal. Same, Luis admitted. He rubbed the heel of his hand over his chest, as if trying to smooth something out beneath the ribs. I usually wake up if a squirrel sneezes in the next county. Last night was just, he snapped his fingers, off, then on. I told you, I said quietly. I did not wake up once, not even to pee. For a moment, that admission brought something like relief. There is comfort in shared strangeness. It makes you feel less singled out, less targeted. If everyone went under, then maybe it was not about you, specifically. But under that brief flicker of relief, another feeling slid in like cold water seeping through fabric. If none of us woke up, not once, not even a little, then the night had been a blank for all 4 of us. A gap, a hole, a stretch of hours that belonged entirely to whatever else might have been moving around the clearing. We had all been equally vulnerable, equally unaware. So, Jenna tucked a loose hair behind her ear with fingers that trembled just enough to notice. Did anyone dream? That word seemed to tighten the air. For a beat, nobody spoke. The forest leaned closer. The minute sounds of the clearing, tiny shifts in the needle carpet, faint bird calls at the edge of hearing, seemed to step back. I did, Mark said eventually. He looked surprised at himself for answering first. Jenna exhaled, shaky. Me too. I nodded. Yeah. Luis was the last. He shrugged one shoulder, eyes dropping to the stones. Kind of. We all glanced down at the stack at the same time, as if it might react to the word dreams, as if it might recognize that we were finally admitting to something it already knew. Mine was stupid, Jenna said, too quickly, as if trying to file the edges off before one of us could. I was in a desert. She let the word hang, and I saw the goosebumps rise along her forearms, lifting the fine hairs. An endless one, sand all the way out, like the world had been erased and someone just left that. It was bright. Too bright. She described it in halting pieces. The heat pushing up through the soles of her shoes. The lion walking beside her, mane dragging in slow motion, its chain cold against her wrist. The feeling of something pacing behind her, matching her stride perfectly, never quite touching. I did not hear footsteps, she said, brow furrowing. I heard, I do not know, like rocks grinding, but I knew it was counting. Every step I took it, she broke off, pressing her lips together. It knew, she finished softly. Mark swallowed, Adam's apple bobbing. Left, he said. Right. We looked at him. That was mine, he said. Not a desert. Road. Straight road. Men on either side of me. Could not see their faces. We were just walking, marching, boots hitting at the same time. He tapped his heel against the ground once, twice, in demonstration. There was a voice on my right, calling out left, right, left, over and over. At first it sounded like, I do not know, a drill sergeant. And then it sounded like the tape got old, like something was wrong with it, but it kept going. I could not stop walking. He looked down at his hands, as if half expecting to see blisters there. The worst part, he added more quietly, was that it did not feel like it was talking to us. It felt like it was talking to the ground. Luis let out a breath that was almost a laugh and almost a curse. Cool, he said weakly. So we all got the Walkin' Forever package. What about you, Jenna asked him. You said kind of. Luis's eyes darted up then away. He shook his head. It is nothing. I barely remember. Some kind of courtyard. He made a vague square shape in the air with his fingers and then closed his hand as if folding the image back into his palm. It does not matter. The lie sat there between us, obvious and dense. None of us called him on it. There are some things people have to pry out of themselves on their own time, if at all. They turned to me. I was walking too, I said. Not outside. Inside. Down a stone hallway. I told them about the corridor in low measured phrases, the cold tiles under my bare feet, my breath clouding the air, the feeling that every step pressed down on some invisible plate, sending a signal into whatever hollow space lay below. I did not hear a voice, I said, not like you. But there was rhythm, pulses, like something big and slow was keeping count in the background. Every time my foot came down, it was like, noted. I let my hand fall against my knee to mimic it. Tap, tap, tap. For a while, no one spoke. We did not need to. The common thread was obvious enough that even saying it out loud felt redundant. Desert, road, courtyard, corridor. Different scenery, different bodies, different fears, but the same underlying structure, walking in a pattern, following a line you did not choose, while something unseen kept track, counting, measuring, marking. We sat there in a rough ring, 4 people with 4 stories that fit together too neatly for comfort, and the clearing seemed to grow quieter in response. The forest felt like it was holding its breath. Every so often, a tree trunk emitted a small creak as it adjusted to the warming air, a dry, aching sound like a stiff joint being straightened. Those noises, on any other morning, would have blended into the background. Here, they sounded far away, like they were happening down a long hall. Somewhere high up, a branch moved, needles whispering against one another in a brief shiver. Then stillness again. The stack of stones between us did not move, did not glow, did not vibrate. It just sat there, 4 layers deep, compact and intentional, but the empty air above it felt wrong. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, the way fear can fill a space with shapes that are not there. Then I saw the others shifting slightly in place, leaning forward and back as if trying to relieve pressure in their knees or backs, and realized they were doing what I was doing, testing the space. There was a particular kind of discomfort you get in a crowded elevator when someone is standing too close, not touching you, not speaking, but occupying just enough of the invisible bubble around your body that you are constantly aware of them. That was what the center felt like. Not empty. Occupied. If I focused my eyes on the stones, I could almost sense the outline of a body extending up from them. No details, no face, just a suggestion of height, of shoulders, of a volume of air claimed by something unseen. The space seemed cooler there, as if whoever had taken that spot was drawing heat, attention, breath. I had the insane urge to reach forward and pat the air in front of me, as if I could prove or disprove it by feel. My fingers twitched on my knee. I kept them where they were. No one said, "I feel like there is someone standing there." We are not that kind of group. But the way we angled our knees, the way our eyes skated just to the left or right of the center instead of looking directly at it, said enough. In the background, a bird tried a short, questioning trill and then fell silent again, like it had thought better of calling attention to itself. The longer we sat, the more the clearing took on the atmosphere of a waiting room where the appointment is already late and the doctor is never going to come. Time stretched thin. Every small sound landed too hard. My gaze drifted, the way it does when you stare at something too long and your eyes decide to stop cooperating. The edges of the tents blurred slightly, colors softening. Sunlight on their fabric became blocks of pale brightness. For just a heartbeat, the world seemed to shift. The tents were gone. In their places stood 4 tall stone monoliths, one at each corner of the square. Dark, weathered pillars, surfaces scarred and pitted, rising taller than any of us, taller than the car, casting long, cool shadows across the dirt. They looked old in a way that had nothing to do with time the way we count it. Old like a thought that has been repeated for centuries until it becomes a reflex. Between them, in the center where the small stack now sat, a figure stood with its back to me. I could not see its face. I could not see hands or hair or clothes. Just a shape, human-sized but slightly wrong in its proportions. Shoulders too still, head tilted in a way that suggested listening rather than looking. The clearing around it felt stripped of color, as if someone had drained it down to grays and the yellow-white of unforgiving sunlight. My heart slammed against my chest hard enough to hurt. I blinked. The world snapped back into place. Tents, pines, 4 flat stones in the middle of a patch of dirt. No monoliths, no figure. Mark was rubbing his palms on his jeans. Jenna was staring at the tree line, jaw tight. Luis had his eyes closed for a second, as if counting something inside his own head. No one reacted to what I had just seen, because whatever that had been lived only in the space behind my eyes. But the sensation it left did not clear as quickly as the image. Even as colors returned to normal, as the sound of birds seeped back in, and the stone stack shrank again to its modest little tower, I could not shake the feeling that the square we had woken up inside was not new. Not some one-night arrangement of nylon and fear. It felt like something that had been there a very long time, under different names and different shapes. A pattern that had been laid and relayed in stones and in steps, in courtyards and corridors and desert paths. We were not the first ones to sit at its corners, and we were very unlikely to be the last. There is a kind of quiet that comes after a shock, where nobody wants to be the first one to say, "We should go." We drifted out of that circle around the stones like people easing away from a hospital bed, promising ourselves we were just stretching our legs. Nobody stood up and declared anything. We just started moving. Mark headed toward the car, then seemed to change his mind halfway and veered off to the cooler instead. Jenna walked over to her tent and began fiddling with the zipper, though it was already closed, as if she needed to confirm that it still worked the way it always had. Luis did his familiar half-circle path around the perimeter, hands on his hips, looking down at the ground like the answers might be printed there if he stared hard enough. I found myself picking up small things: a mug left near the fire ring, a headlamp half buried under a jacket, a crumpled snack wrapper that had escaped the trash bag. It felt safer to move objects than to think too long about the fact that something else had already moved the biggest ones. The stone stack remained in the center of the square, patient and unchanged. No matter which way I turned, it was always there in the corner of my vision, like a dark pupil in the clearing's eye. Our anxiety did not explode into panic. It simmered, a low, steady heat under everything we did. "So, Theory," Mark said eventually, voice forced, casual, as he rummaged pointlessly through the trunk. "What if this is just some messed up prank? Like some other campers came by at night, saw us out here, decided to freak us out. You know, move the tents, stack some rocks, then bail." His tone said he did not believe it. He was throwing the idea out like a life preserver, hoping one of us would grab it and pull it in anyway. Jenna straightened from her tent, arms still half tangled in a hoodie she had been pretending to refold for the last 5 minutes. "So they moved 4 loaded tents," she said, "without waking any of us up. And then what? Put the stakes back in the ground with tweezers so they would not disturb the dirt?" "Or sleep gas," Luis muttered, not looking up from the guy line he was checking for the 3rd time. "A rogue army unit, paranormal frat bros. Take your pick." Mark shrugged, closing the trunk a little too hard. The sound cracked across the clearing, bounced off the trees, and then fell dead. Our voices all sounded strange in that space. Every comment, every mutter, every half-formed joke seemed too loud as soon as it left our mouths, like we were talking in a library. The forest did not echo us. It absorbed us. The words went out, hit the dark green walls of needles and bark, and did not come back. Even the small sounds, the metallic clink of a spoon against a mug, the soft zip of a sleeping bag being compressed, the plasticky crinkle of a trash bag being opened, felt exaggerated. They landed with sharp, bright edges in my ears, like someone had turned up the gain on the world and forgotten to adjust it back. I caught myself doing something I had not realized I was doing until halfway through. As I walked from the fire ring to the car and back, from the tent to the tree line, I was tracing the outline of the square again. Not exactly, not with measuring tape precision, but my feet kept drifting along the perimeter, taking the corners at near-perfect right angles, as if there were invisible lines painted on the ground that I was trying not to step over. I would notice it mid-step. Oh, here is another corner. The sense of turning, of being guided along the edge of something. Then I would deliberately angle away, cut across, walk in a messy diagonal to prove that I could. 10 seconds later, I would find myself on another side, another near straight edge, moving along it with the dull focus of someone walking a hallway they have walked too many times. The air above the center felt like a dead magnet, gently tugging at every path. Jenna refused to go near it. She kept herself aligned with the outer ring of the camp, orbiting just past the reach of that invisible pull. When she needed to cross from her tent to the car or the cooler, she gave the stone stack an absurdly wide berth, detouring in a clumsy, looping path that made simple tasks take twice as long. If any of us drifted too close to the middle, she would flinch, eyes flicking to the stones, then to the space above them, then back. It was like watching someone avoid a sleeping dog they do not trust, afraid that the slightest misstep will turn it into teeth. Luis, on the other hand, could not stop circling. He walked a slow, repetitive path around the tents, each loop a little wider than the last, as if he were mapping the area with his body. He checked the zippers, smoothed the walls, tugged on the guy lines, peered at the stakes. Every few minutes, he would squat down and run a finger along a seam, as if expecting to find symbols cut into the fabric, or words written in some language only the stitching understood. "You good?" I asked him once, when our orbits intersected near the cooler. "Yeah," he said automatically. Then after a beat, he added, "Just making sure nothing extra showed up." "Like what?" He shrugged, gaze sliding away. "Like writing. Or, I do not know. Marks." His eyes flickered briefly toward the stone stack before he caught himself and looked away. We moved through the late morning like that, busy without doing anything that really mattered. Packing away things we did not strictly need to pack yet, checking the amount of water left, even though we had more than enough. Counting snacks in the cooler. The question of leaving hung over us, unspoken and heavy. If we said we should go, then we were admitting that we were scared enough to cut the trip short, that we did not trust this place anymore, that something had happened that we were not willing to shrug off as a glitch. If we stayed, on the other hand, we would have to sleep here again, sleep inside the shape. Let whatever had drawn the square in the first place know that we were willing to stay on the board for another round. It created a strange, mundane kind of tension, like standing in a doorway with the knob in your hand, unable to decide whether to close it or step through. What if we just chalk it up to weirdness and stay one more night? Mark said eventually, leaning against the car with his arms crossed, trying to sound breezy and not quite making it. We came all this way. The place is free. Nothing actually bad happened. Yet, Jenna said. He rolled his eyes. Come on. They did not steal anything. They did not slash the tents. It is just geometry and bad vibes. Geometry that moved us in our sleep, I said, without waking any of us up, and put a marker in the middle. Yeah, but we are all here, he insisted. We are fine. Maybe some local kids get their kicks rearranging campsites. Maybe there is a TikTok about it. Watch us freak out these dumb tourists. It is not like the rocks started chanting, or the trees tried to eat us. The words sounded too loud, too bright. A pine somewhere near the edge of the clearing let out a long, complaining creak, wood shifting under its own weight. It sounded disturbingly like an old man straightening his back, or a floorboard giving under a hidden step. We all looked toward the sound at once. Nothing moved. The tree stood where it always had, bark rough and indifferent. I hate that they could have been watching us, Jenna said, voice dropping again. Whoever did this, they had to stand here for a while, right? To drag everything around, stack the rocks, whatever. They were just here, looking at us. Or not here, Louise said quietly. Maybe they did it from somewhere else. Great, Mark said. Love that for us. Silence settled again, thick and lumpy. The sun had climbed higher, throwing stronger light into the clearing, but it did not do much to warm the atmosphere. The brightness made the edges sharper, the lines of the tents, the shadow of the stone stack, the pale streak of the dry creek. It should have made everything feel safer. Afternoon is not when horror stories happen, but for us, that mundanity was part of the unease. The ordinary movements, packing, checking, small talk, rubbed up against the absolute strangeness of what had happened, and the friction between the two made a low, constant anxiety hum under my skin. For a stretch of time that could have been 20 minutes or an hour, we hovered in that limbo. Half-heartedly, we entertained the normal explanations. Maybe we had been drunker than we thought and decided in some collective fit of weirdness to reorganize camp and build a rock sculpture. Maybe we were misremembering our original setup, editing last night to make this morning feel wrong. Maybe there had been some bizarre combination of wind and animal and our own sleep-fogged brains that accounted for everything. Each theory felt like a thin blanket we kept trying to pull over a much larger, colder shape. It covered some corners, exposed others. Leaving meant admitting that the blanket was pointless. Staying meant pretending it worked. In that low valley of the day, sun high, shadows short, nerves stretched but not yet snapping, we moved slowly around the stone-marked square, pretending we were just campers making small decisions, while something deeper and older listened from below and waited to see which way we would choose to fall. Looking back, there was no dramatic, slow motion lead-up, no ominous music, no whispered warning from the trees. It happened the way most important things do, in the middle of something ordinary, on a breath that thought it belonged to nothing. Luis had been pacing for a while, not the neat circles from earlier, where he checked seams and zippers like a careful mechanic. This was messier, born of nervous energy with nowhere good to go. He moved between his tent and the car and the cooler, back and forth, steps getting quicker, lines getting less precise. He was talking mostly to himself at that point, muttering half-formed sentences about maybe we overreacted, and logistically this still does not make sense, and we can document it and leave, and it will just be a story. At one point, he stopped by his tent, unzipped it halfway, stared inside for a few seconds, like he expected to find someone else lying there. Then he started backing away, still looking into the tent as if checking the arrangement of his gear might suddenly explain everything. If he had turned around, if he had looked where he was going, nothing might have happened. Instead, his heel clipped the lowest rock of the stack. It was not even a hard kick, just a careless backward step, sole brushing stone. The bottom rock shifted half an inch. That was all it took. The four-layered stack wobbled, the way anything tall and narrow does when you tap its foundation. For a heartbeat, it seemed to consider staying up, fighting gravity with brittle stubbornness. Then the top stone slid off. It fell in a small, almost dainty arc, catching the light once before it struck the ground. The sound it made, stone on stone, a sharp, clean clack, was barely louder than a dropped pin. In any other place, at any other time, it would have been nothing. A tiny, inconsequential noise. Here, it was the trigger. The clearing inhaled. From somewhere, deep beneath our feet, or far out in the dark ribs of the forest, came a sound that did not belong to wind or animal or any machine I have ever heard. It arrived first as a low rumble, soft enough that for an instant I thought it might be my own pulse pounding in my ears. Then it grew, not in a sudden rush, but with a slow, terrible confidence, like something huge rolling over in its sleep. The rumble pushed up through the soles of my boots, a faint vibration finding its way into bone. It spread into my ribs and settled there, making the cartilage hum. My teeth vibrated just enough that my jaw clenched against it on instinct. It was the sound of weight moving against weight, like two massive stone slabs being dragged apart somewhere in the dark. Like a gate buried under centuries of dust, finally being leaned on hard enough to give. The pitch climbed, almost imperceptibly at first, sliding up from subterranean bass into something higher, sharper, like a saw biting into rock. There was a grinding undertone, grit and age and pressure all talking at once, layers of stone complaining as they shifted against each other. Loose objects around us trembled. The empty metal mug on the cooler rattled, turned a few degrees as if it wanted to walk. The cutlery in the plastic bin chattered against itself in a nervous little clink, clink, clink. A half-zipped duffel slumped slightly as whatever was inside it settled to one side. At the edge of the clearing, the stones in the dry creek did something I can only describe as shivering. They did not jump, did not tumble. They quivered in place, the smallest of movements, as though a ripple had passed through the packed earth beneath them. If you had been watching with a camera, you might have dismissed it as a trick of light. Standing there, you could feel it in your ankles. The ground did not lurch or crack dramatically. There was no cinematic earthquake. Instead, there was a subtle, deeply wrong give. For a heartbeat, the dirt under my boots seemed to soften, not like mud, but like a heavy mattress when someone else lies down on it unexpectedly. A sense of something hollow just below the surface, adjusting, accepting a new weight, or shifting to make room. It was like standing on the lid of an old trunk and feeling it bow inward under your feet. Not enough to break, but enough to let you know the space beneath is not solid. None of us spoke. Our bodies knew before our minds could assemble words. This was not a normal forest sound. This was not thunder. There was no sky in it. This was not a truck on some distant road. There was no rhythm of tires. This was not an avalanche. There was no cascading roar, no falling chaos. This was something deliberate, a movement with intent behind it. Every animal part of me went very still. Fight or flight has a third phase that does not get as much press: freeze. When there is nothing useful to punch and nowhere obvious to run, your body chooses silence and stillness, hoping whatever is out there will pass you by. We froze. Louis stood with one foot half raised, the expression on his face jammed between apology and horror. Jenna's fingers were clamped around the strap of her backpack so tightly her knuckles had gone white. Mark's lips were parted, but whatever joke or curse they had been forming had died the instant the rumble started. The sound climbed to a peak. For a moment, it felt like it was inside our skulls more than outside. Pressure behind the eyes, behind the sinuses, as if the air in our heads was being asked to move in a direction it did not want to go. Up there, at that awful crest, there was something else braided into it. Not quite a voice, not quite words, but as the grinding roar stretched thin and high, my brain snagged on shapes inside it, syllables half buried in stone, numbers worn smooth but not erased. 98. The sound dragged over my nerves like a file. 99. It was not in English. It was not in any language my waking mind recognized. But the feeling of counting was there, wrapped around those pulses, the way you can tell someone is swearing, even if you do not speak their tongue. Done. The last non-word rolled out of the noise like a boulder finally dropping into a prepared groove, heavy and final. Then the pitch began to fall. The grinding slipped back down the scale, losing its edge, thickening again into a rumble. The vibration in my ribs softened. The pressure behind my eyes eased enough that I realized, with a small shock, that I had been holding my breath the entire time. The sound trailed off, not cleanly, but in reluctant fragments, like someone dragging a heavy object over a rough floor and then letting it settle. Under my boots, I felt one last, almost imagined settling, like whatever hollow space had shifted beneath us was now content with its new configuration. Silence swarmed back into the clearing, too quickly, too completely. The birds had stopped. The wind in the treetops had paused mid-rush and not yet remembered to start again. For a moment, there was nothing but the tiny sounds close to us. The tick of cooling metal, the faint rasp of fabric as someone's sleeve brushed against their side, the dry click of my own throat when I swallowed. No one said, "What was that?" We did not need to. The question was too small for the answer our bodies were already building. The stone stack lay half collapsed in the center of the square. The top rock had rolled a few inches away, leaving the remaining three slightly lopsided, their careful alignment broken. It looked, absurdly, like a button that had been pressed. The spell broke all at once. There was no vote, no, "Okay, let us go." No careful talk about options. Some deeper, older part of our brains took over, and suddenly we were moving. The first motion I remember clearly is Mark lunging for the car keys where they lay on the cooler, his hand closing around them so hard his knuckles went bloodless. At the same time, Jenna was already at her tent, yanking at the zipper with a force that made the teeth jump. The sound, a rough, tearing hiss in the charged air. I found myself halfway to my own tent without remembering the first step. Everything after that blurred into one long streak of noise and movement. Zippers rasped open and shut over and over, too fast, sometimes catching on fabric and jerking free with a snap. Nylon hissed as tents were shaken, half collapsed, dragged inward. Stakes that had gone into the ground with neat, firm taps were now ripped up with brute force, the dirt giving way in ragged clumps. I grabbed my sleeping bag and stuff sack as one tangled mass and shoved them together, not bothering to fold or roll. My hands shook so hard that I fumbled the drawstring twice before giving up and just cramming it all into the nearest duffel. Around me, the others moved with that peculiar efficiency panic sometimes gives you. Not graceful, not smooth, but fast and focused. "Leave it," Louise snapped when Jenna hesitated over a camp chair. "Just leave it." "I am not leaving my sketchbook," she shot back, voice high and thin, already diving into her tent to grab it even as she kicked aside a shoe she could not find the mate to. The clatter of metal from the cooking bin stung my ears as Mark swept everything into it with one arm. Stove, utensils, half-melted lighter, then slapped the lid on crooked and hauled it to the trunk. It banged against his leg as he walked, adding another staccato beat to the chaos. The car's doors opened and closed in rapid succession, each slam like a gunshot in the clearing's wounded quiet. Trunk, back door, passenger side, Every impact bounced in my chest, louder than it had any right to be, like the forest was amplifying the parts of our noise that spoke of leaving. I kept expecting, in some useless part of my mind, for the grinding roar to start up again, for the ground to give more than it had, to sag or split or lurch, for something to rise in the center where the stones had been, irritated that we were trying to remove ourselves from its pattern. Instead, beneath the frantic racket of our escape, there was only the echo of that earlier sound replaying in my head. That slow, terrible climbing pitch. That sense of something old finishing a count. 99. Done. The clearing itself felt like a chest that had exhaled and was now waiting to see if we would inhale with it or run. We chose run. "Is that everything?" Mark shouted, breathless, as he slammed the trunk closed on a chaos of fabric and metal and plastic. "Yes," Luis and I said at the same time. "Chair," Jenna muttered, tossing the folded legs into the back seat as she dove in after them. "Now it is everything." There was no time for the slow, ritual checking we usually did before leaving a site. Walk the perimeter, pick up trash, make sure no trace is left. We were the trace now, and we wanted it gone. I yanked my tent's last stake out of the ground, barely feeling the strain in my shoulder, balling the entire structure into an awkward bundle and shoving it toward the trunk. The sensible part of my brain knew it was bad for the poles, bad for the fabric. The survival part did not care. "Get in," Mark barked. It was not a tone he often used. It worked. The four of us piled into the car, breath coming hard, hands still shaking, fingers fumbling at seatbelts, nylon and canvas and metal dug into my side from the gear I had pulled into the front with me. For a moment, there was a terrible, suspended silence as Mark jammed the key into the ignition. The engine coughed, then caught, the familiar low growl of it sliding into the tense air like a lifeline. I did not realize how afraid I had been that it would not start until the relief hit, sharp enough to make me dizzy. He threw the car into reverse, tires crunching over the disturbed dirt of our once carefully arranged camp. As we rolled past the center of the square, I could not stop myself. I turned my head and looked. The stone stack was fully toppled now. Two rocks still half on top of each other, the others scattered a little farther away. In the exact spot where they had been balanced, the dirt looked just slightly lower than the ground around it. Not a hole, not yet. Just the faintest depression, like the beginning of a footprint in very thick dust, the start of a place where weight had been, or where weight was meant to go. Then we were past it, and the trees were swallowing the view. The car jolted as it climbed back onto the Forest Service road, suspension groaning. Mark drove faster than he had on the way in, the car bucking and rattling over rocks and ruts. Branches slapped against the sides with whip-crack sounds. Dust billowed up behind us in thick clouds, turning the rear-view mirror into a smear of brown and light. No one told him to slow down. In the side window, the pines slipped past in a green-brown blur, trunks flashing like prison bars. Every bend in the road felt like it might reveal something standing there, waiting. Every dip made my stomach lurch, and my fingers tighten on the edge of the seat. Inside the car, the soundscape had changed. All those noises that had felt too loud in the clearing, our voices, our gear, the slam of doors, were now half drowned by the mechanical rumble of the engine, the rattle of the frame, the thud-thud of tires hitting holes. The grinding roar from below was gone, but the memory of its vibration clung to my bones. It was like stepping away from a huge speaker after standing too close. Your ears stop hearing the bass, but your body still thinks the music is playing. We did not talk. No jokes. No theories. No, what the hell was that? Just breathing. Uneven at first, gradually syncing up with the rhythm of the car's movement. Swallows that sounded too loud in our own heads. The occasional small clink as something in the trunk shifted. It took longer than it should have to reach the place where the forest road spat us back onto gravel, and then from gravel onto asphalt. Time had stretched in the clearing. It did not snap back easily. When the tires finally rolled up onto paved road, the difference was immediate. The hum under the car smoothed out. The steering steadied. The dust cloud behind us thinned and then disappeared in the wake of more frequent traffic. And then, almost jarringly, there were other cars. A silver SUV passed us going the other way, headlights on even in the daytime. A pickup came up behind us, followed at a safe distance for a while, then swung out and around with a brief, impatient flare of engine noise. The world brightened and filled. Road signs, utility poles, a billboard advertising a diner with the best pie in the county, faded lines on the asphalt marking lanes and turnoffs. We had left a place where geometry was wrong and walked back into one where human-made lines pretended everything was simple. The noise of civilization wrapped itself around us with smothering generosity. Engines, tires on road, the faint rush of air conditioning inside the car, somewhere, faintly, the tinny chorus of a song leaking from another vehicle's open window. On any other road trip, this is when Luis would have turned the speaker on, when Mark would have made a joke about escaping the Blair Witch, when Jenna would have rolled her eyes and pulled out her phone to see if she had service again. This time, the speaker stayed silent. No one reached for the radio. The only sounds inside the car were the mechanical ones and the small human ones. Breath, swallow, an occasional sniff. Our silence was not comfortable, not hostile. It was the kind of silence shared by people who have just seen something they are not ready to name. My hands rested on my thighs, fingers still twitching with leftover adrenaline. I stared straight ahead, watching the road unspool, but a part of my attention kept snagging on the rearview mirror. I checked it once, twice, 3 times in quick succession. Behind us, just the road, curving away, the occasional glint of another vehicle in the distance. No dust plume that did not belong to us. No dark shape moving in the trees. No collapsing depression in the middle of a clearing I could no longer see. At a red light in some small town, we stopped. The sudden stillness after all that motion made everything inside the car feel too loud. The tick of the cooling engine, the faint whir of the fan, the inhale-exhale of 4 people trying not to shake. That was when I noticed it, in my legs. Sitting there with my foot on the brake, the car idling gently, I felt a faint, steady rhythm in my calves and thighs. Not a muscle twitch, not exactly. It was more like the sensation of walking translated into stillness, the ghost of motion replaying itself, as if some part of me was still taking steps, still moving around a square I was no longer physically inside. Thump, pause, thump. It did not sync with the pulse in my wrist when I checked. It had its own tempo, slower, more deliberate. If I shifted my weight slightly, pressing my heel down a little harder, lifting my toes, I could feel it note that too. A subtle, internal click of acknowledgement, like the quiet stroke of a pen on paper somewhere far away. The light turned green. Mark eased his foot off the gas, and the car rolled forward. The sensation did not vanish. It rode with me, a quiet metronome ticking in the muscles of my legs, as if something back under that clearing, beneath those trees, was still counting. 5 years is a long time to pretend a night never happened. Long enough to move apartments twice, to cycle through 3 different job titles that all boil down to answer emails and stare at a screen, to watch your knees start complaining about stairs they used to ignore. Long enough for the memory of a camping trip to fade into warm, filtered snapshots in most people's minds. For me, it never faded. It just changed shape. Now I live in a 1-bedroom apartment in a small city, on the 3rd floor of a building that was probably new when my parents were my age. The walls are thin. The paint is too glossy in some places, too chipped in others. When the wind is strong, the windows make a small, uncertain rattling noise, like they are trying to decide whether to hold. I have a couch that is slightly too big for the living room, and a bed that is slightly too small for my idea of how adults are supposed to sleep. There is a desk with a laptop on it where I trade my hours for money, sending emails with words like circle back and actionable and per my last message. Most nights end the same way. Back aching from the chair, eyes sore from light, brain buzzing with other people's deadlines. I close the laptop, tell myself I will read something meaningful, then end up scrolling past strangers' lives on a glowing screen until the battery or my patience dies. I have stayed in touch with the others. We have a group chat that started in college and never really shut down, just shifted topics. It lives under a name that once was funny and now is just habit. Memes. Photos of bad office coffee, complaints about bosses and landlords, and the price of everything. Mark sends videos from the gym and pictures of his kids in tiny team jerseys, looking like they have been handed someone else's childhood to try on. Jenna sends shots of murals half finished, paint on her hands, captions about commissions and deadlines, and the strange intimacy of painting in other people's homes. Luis sends trail photos, still. He moved closer to the mountains after college, ended up in some tech-adjacent job that lets him disappear into the woods most weekends. Sometimes, his pictures look a little too much like that, clearing for my taste. Trees, stones, sky, but I double tap anyway. Every few months, someone calls instead of texting. We talk about weddings, about parents' health, about rent, about whether we feel as old as the numbers say we are yet. We talk about other trips. The lake where Mark almost flipped the canoe and pretended it was intentional. The time Jenna ran from a raccoon she swore was a demon with a tail. The hike where Luis convinced us the trail looped when it absolutely did not. We do not talk about Buena Vista. The night in the clearing sits at the center of our shared history, like a stone in the middle of a river. The water of conversation rushes around it, over it, never directly at it. Sometimes, the flow gets close enough to feel the tug, and one of us will go quiet for a beat too long, and then someone will change the subject. It is not a rule we wrote down. It is just something we do, like walking, like counting. Adult life, it turns out, is full of patterns. Morning routine, bed to bathroom, bathroom to kitchen, kitchen to desk, desk to kettle, kettle to mug, mug, back to desk. Same lines, same corners, same arcs. Most people move through them without thinking. I notice them in my living room, There's a rectangle of floor space between the couch, the TV stand, the coffee table, and the wall. When I am on the phone, I often end up walking that shape without meaning to. It is only when I hang up, or when I suddenly feel weirdly winded, that I realize I have traced the same square again and again, turning at each corner at almost perfect right angles. Sometimes I catch myself and force a diagonal, cutting across the space just to break the loop. Even then, I can feel the corners watching me, waiting for me to come back to them. In the office, where I share a floor with other tired people in swivel chairs, the tiles in the hallway are laid out in neat grids. They squeak faintly under certain shoes, a soft, complaining note that follows specific routes. I know, without meaning to, that it takes 17 tiles to get from the elevator to my desk. I know that my left foot hits the cracks more often than my right. On bad days, when my brain is too tired to cooperate but too wired to rest, I will stand up from my desk, walk to the bathroom, and count my steps. 1, 2, 3, 4. Turn. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The numbers do not calm me. They are not an exercise in mindfulness. They are more like a pressure valve, a way to bleed off the constant, low-level feeling that something else is counting too, and I am just trying to keep up. I always notice when a room is perfectly rectangular. At friends' apartments, at bars, in conference rooms. My eyes map out corners without being asked. I notice when a window is slightly off-center, when a door breaks the symmetry. I clock the rows of ceiling tiles, the way they line up or do not. Even in places built without any real care for design, my brain tries to find the underlying grid. It is like seeing the faint, ghostly lines on a piece of paper where someone once practiced their handwriting. The sounds have changed, but the feeling they give me has not. In the apartment above mine, my neighbor walks with a particular cadence. Heel ball, a slight pause, then a faster set of steps in a different direction. At night, when the building has settled and the street noise softens, I can hear them moving around their place, tracing routes I cannot see but can almost picture. Between their living room and their kitchen. Between their bed and their bathroom. Sometimes, when our schedules sync up, I find myself walking at the same time. My steps below, answering theirs above. Two patterns layered in the same slice of air. The pipes in the walls knock too, especially in winter. Big, hollow thumps as the heating system adjusts. Small clicks as metal expands and contracts. There's a rhythm to it over time. A big knock when the boiler kicks on. A series of smaller ones as the heat moves up through the building's veins. Elevators at work ding in regular intervals. Doors slide open to reveal the same square of carpeted floor, the same rectangular frame of hallway beyond. People step in, step out, footsteps rolling into the larger noise of the office, all of it stacking into something that feels less like chaos and more like a metronome. None of this is enough, on its own, to make me look crazy from the outside. I still answer emails. I still pay my bills. I can hold a conversation without spiraling into talk about geometry. I laugh at the right places in stories. I buy groceries, stand in lines, nod along at parties. But under all of it, there's a constant, low-volume listening. When I walk down a hallway, I know exactly how many steps it took without deciding to count. When I cross a plaza paved with big stone slabs, I feel the joints between them through my shoes, like faint seams under a layer of skin. When the elevator doors close and the car starts to move, I feel each floor tick by in my calves, a soft, internal notch for every level. I have never told anyone about this, not even the group chat. We stay away from the vocabulary that would make it too easy. Square, pattern, counting. We talk around it the way we talk around that clearing. But sometimes, late at night, lying in my too small bed, staring at the ceiling where the faint glow from the street draws lines across the plaster, I imagine my life as a series of corridors, office hallways, grocery aisles, sidewalks between crosswalks. I imagine all the steps I have taken in the last 5 years, strung together like beads on a wire, wrapped around the world in loops and squares. And beneath all of that, under the floors and the foundations and the neatly laid city grids, I imagine stone. Cold, ancient stone, listening, not to my words, not to my thoughts, just to my footsteps. The thing about a shared haunting is that it does not have to look the same in every life. It just has to rhyme. For Mark, it shows up in hotel rooms. He went into sales after college, the kind of job that turns highways into hallways and chain hotels into a second, third, fourth home. By 30, he has reward points with 3 different brands and can tell you which free breakfast is the least depressing in 5 states. His days are all motion and talk, shaking hands in conference rooms, sliding decks onto screens, making strangers laugh just enough to sign what he needs them to sign. He is good at it. It plays to his strengths: charm, persistence, a tolerance for repetition. Nights are where it gets weird. He sleeps in cookie-cutter rooms, all of them versions of the same idea. Bed, nightstand, desk, TV bolted to the wall. Art that is so generic it might as well be a test pattern. Sometimes he wakes up at 3 in the morning in one of those rooms, staring at the ceiling, heart racing, with no idea which city he is in. That part is normal, he tells himself. Occupational hazard. The part that is not normal is the feeling that the bed has been turned while he slept. He will lie there, pulse slowing, and realize that something is off in the way the dark sits around him. The window feels like it is in the wrong place. The door is not where his body expects it to be. He will reach out for the nightstand on his right and find nothing but air. Turn his head and see the digital clock glowing on the other side, as if someone has rotated the entire room around him in the dark and put him back in it, trusting he will not notice. Of course, the layout is the same as when he checked in. He can confirm that by the too bright bathroom light, the faint smell of bleach. Nothing has moved, but the feeling lingers, like the echo of a turn, like being returned to the same square, but from a different corner. In parking garages, where his job often takes him late at night after events, he has developed a small, private terror. When a car somewhere on a lower level scrapes its bumper against concrete, metal on stone, in a long, complaining drag, he freezes. The sound drags up his spine like a fingernail, and for a heartbeat, the garage is not a garage anymore. It is a throat, a shaft, a door underground being leaned on. He forces himself to move, to hit the fob, to watch his own car blink. He never tells anyone that sometimes he has to sit in the driver's seat with the engine off for a minute, fingers tight on the wheel, waiting for the memory of that sound to fade. For Jenna, it bleeds into her work. She rents a small studio above a laundromat, the air always carrying a faint, clean heat from the machines below. The space is cluttered, but organized in her own way. Canvases stacked along the walls, tubes of paint in jars, jars in crates, crate lids doubling as makeshift tables. She makes a living painting what people ask for and what people do not know they want yet. Murals in restaurants, moody portraits for anniversary gifts, abstract pieces to hang in corporate lobbies. When she works for herself, when there is no client, no brief, she tells herself she is just loosening up, putting color on canvas with no plan, letting shapes arrive on their own. Lately, those shapes have been geometric. Squares slide into her work again and again. Not neat, minimalist ones, old ones, weathered, edges slightly chipped, lines not perfectly straight. Sometimes they sit alone in the middle of a field of color, a darker patch inside them like a bruise. Sometimes they stack or interlock, 4 panels making a larger, implied shape. She paints desert animals without meaning to, coyotes with their bodies cut by hard, straight shadows, hawks circling over backgrounds that look suspiciously like dried creek beds, and lions. They appear on canvases where they were never invited. A client asks for something abstract and blue, and she finds, 3 layers in, the faint suggestion of a lion's profile pressed into the paint like a watermark. She paints over it. It seeps back through. When she notices she has put a lion inside a skewed square, something in her chest gives a sharp, sour twist. She flips the canvas, starts again, does not tell anyone why. She cannot stand the sound of someone counting out loud. In gyms, in classes, on videos. 1, 2, 3, 4. It grates on her in a way that feels disproportionate. Her jaw tightens. Her shoulders hunch. If someone starts counting in a room she is in, ticking off reps or laps or beats, she will find a way to step out for more water or to take a call, anything to break the sequence. She does not like the way numbers line up in the air, marching. For Luis, it shows up in maps. He drifted into trail mapping and GIS work, geographic information systems, after college, the kind of job that lets him merge his obsession with the outdoors and computers. Most days, he sits in front of a large monitor, manipulating layers of satellite imagery, tracing paths through forests he has hiked and ones he has not. He draws lines where there are already lines on the ground, formalizing what boots and hooves and paws have already decided. He spends hours staring at aerial views of forests. From up there, the world is texture and shade, darker patches of trees, lighter scars of clearings, rivers like veins, roads like scars. Every now and then, something jumps out. An odd square in the middle of nowhere. A clearing too even to be natural. A bare patch of ground with edges that line up almost perfectly, north, south, east, west. Sometimes there are utility lines nearby, or old logging roads. He can explain those. People did that. Sometimes there is nothing. No obvious reason for the shape. Just a square in the sea of green. One afternoon, while scrolling across a region not far from Buena Vista, he finds one that makes his skin crawl. It is small compared to the surrounding forest, but precise. 4 straight edges cut into the canopy, trees giving way to a lighter patch of ground. In the center of that pale space is a slightly darker dot, barely a few pixels, the satellite's eye catching some subtle depression or object. He zooms in until the image blurs into mosaic, zooms out until the clearing is just a pale freckle again. His breath has gone shallow. His palms are damp on the mouse. He saves the image file without really knowing why. Sometimes he wakes up with dirt under his nails, not mud, not big chunks, just fine grit pushed under the edges of the nail beds, like the kind you get from scraping at dry ground. He does not sleepwalk, as far as he knows. His bedroom floor is hardwood. There are no potted plants spilled, no holes in the wall. He checks the corners of the room anyway, more than once, running his fingers along the baseboards, half expecting to find small, ragged scratches. Nothing. He washes his hands, watching the brownish water swirl down the drain, and tells himself he must have missed a spot while cleaning up after some hike, some project. He does not mention it in the group chat. None of them talk about these small, private hauntings. Not the way Mark sometimes stops dead in a parking garage when he hears a heavy scrape, heart pounding as the sound of some stranger's bumper against concrete becomes, for a moment, stone under stone. Not the way Jenna's hand tightens around her brush when a podcast host starts counting listeners' reviews. We are at 98, 99, 100, and she has to yank her headphones out. Not the way Luis deletes and re-downloads the same square of forest 3 times in a row, as if the pixels might rearrange into something less familiar. They all share memes and wedding photos and news articles. They do not share the way the world has started to feel like it is measuring them back. There is a sense, unspoken but mutually understood, that if they really started to compare notes, if they said square and counting and stone out loud in the same conversation, something would turn its head. So the haunting remains fragmented, each of them carrying a corner. Until one night, my phone buzzes with a notification that does not land in the group thread. It is from Luis, direct message. No text at first, just an image, a screenshot from his mapping software, the kind of thing he has sent me before when he wants to show off a view or a weird natural formation. This one is different. Even before it fully loads, my stomach drops. The picture shows a patch of forest from above, a sea of dark green, broken by a near-perfect square clearing. The trees stop along 4 straight lines, like someone carved a shape out of them with a ruler. In the very center of that pale, open space is a slightly darker dot. It could be a rock, a shadow, a trick of resolution. It looks to me like the beginning of a hole. A second later, the caption pops up beneath it. Tell me this does not look familiar. My fingers hover over the screen. Useless. I do not know if it is the same clearing. I do not know if that matters. The pattern is there. The shape is there. Even from space, it looks like something is still waiting at the center, counting. The first time it happens, I tell myself it is just the building stretching. It is past midnight. The glow from my phone, the only light in the room. The city outside is in that half sleep where some streets are empty and others still buzz like it is early evening. I am lying in bed, not quite tired, not quite awake, thumb flicking past strangers' vacations and arguments. That is when I hear it. 3 slow knocks on the wall. Not the random tapping of pipes or the sharp, chaotic thuds of someone dropping something upstairs. These are spaced out, patient. Knock. Pause. Knock. Longer pause. Knock. They come from the wall to my left, the one that separates my bedroom from the hallway, not from anyone else's apartment. The sound is not particularly loud, but it is specific. Weight on plaster, like someone rapping their knuckles just hard enough to be noticed. I lie very still, phone light graying out as my hand drops a little. Old building, I tell myself after a moment. Plumbing, heating. I wait for more. Nothing comes. Eventually, my heartbeat stops trying to punch a hole through my chest, and I set the phone down on the nightstand and get it wrong a few times before actually closing my eyes. The second time, it is a Tuesday. Same pattern. Late, phone glow, a sense of sliding toward sleep without quite landing. This time, the knocks come from the wall behind my headboard. Knock, pause, knock. Pause long enough for me to decide it was just two, that I imagined the first one. Then, knock. My scalp tightens. Behind that wall is another apartment's bedroom. It makes sense that someone might be hanging something, testing a stud, moving the bed. Other people have lives, I mutter, rolling onto my back. You are not the main character. Still, I stare up at the ceiling longer than usual, listening hard for follow-up sounds. Muffled voices, furniture dragging, the familiar thump of someone dropping into bed. The building stays quiet, except for the low, infrequent groan of the pipes. They have always been vocal, these pipes, complaining in winter, sighing in summer. But lately, the tone has shifted. Some nights, when the heat kicks on or someone opens a tap somewhere, the metal in the walls lets out a long, grinding moan that sounds less like water and more like stone being asked to move. A low note, a rising whine, then a drawn-out, reluctant fall, like something heavy is being dragged just out of sight. In daylight, when there are cars and people and music and email notifications, it is easy to file these sounds under old building. In the small hours, when the only other noise is my own breathing, the categorization feels thinner. During one particularly bad week, the kind with too many deadlines, too little sleep, and a constant sense that I am missing something important, I start dreaming of the corridor again. It returns without fanfare. In the dream, I am already walking, stone under bare feet, breath visible in the air. The walls close enough on either side that my fingertips could brush them if I reached out, though I never do. The rhythm is there too. The sense that each step presses down on something below, sending a small, invisible signal into a deeper dark. This time, the hallway does not stretch on forever. After what feels like both minutes and hours, the passage widens. The walls pull back and open into a room. It is not large, but its proportions are careful, exact, a square. There are 4 doorways, one in the center of each wall, each leading into a corridor that looks exactly like the one I just came from. No doors, just openings. In the middle of the floor sits a stack of stones, 4 layers. They are smoother than the ones in the clearing, more worn, as if many hands have touched them over many more years. The top one has a shallow dip in it, like a thumbprint in soft clay that later hardened. As I step toward it, drawn by both recognition and dread, a voice speaks. It is not booming. It does not echo. It sounds like it is coming from the stones themselves, like each layer is vibrating just enough to produce syllables. Will you complete it? The words are in my language, and not. I understand them in the way you understand a question asked in a dream. Not just the literal meaning, but the echo behind it. Complete what? The stack? The shape? The count? I take another step forward, the cold of the floor slicing up through my bones, and wake up. I am in my bed, sweat cooling on my neck, heart pounding like I have been running. The room is dark except for the smear of light from the street through the blinds. I listen. The pipes give a single, slow groan, like someone clearing their throat before speaking. The wall to my left stays still. No knocks. For a while, the days after that blur together in a gray mix of work and small domestic tasks, and moments of half-checking the walls with the back of my knuckles, just to prove they are solid. One night, unable to sleep, I end up scrolling back through the group chat. It is like walking backward through our 20s. I see college jokes give way to job complaints. Party photos give way to baby pictures and engagement announcements. Links to songs we loved give way to links about mortgage rates and back pain memes. I scroll far enough to find the trip planning messages from that spring break, the excitement over the idea of free camping, Luisa's screenshot of the app with the promising clearing near an old seasonal creek bed, Mark's string of fire emojis. But something else hits me as I move forward again, watching the years collapse into my thumb. We do not say where we went, not by name, not after the fact. There is no remember Buena Vista. No, next time we go to Colorado. No, that weird free campsite. We refer to it in sideways ways early on. That one trip, the weird woods, you know where. And then not at all. Even stranger, I realize, is what we do not type. The word square. In 5 years of chat about apartment layouts, office cubicles, board games, art projects, never appears in the same messages where we talk to all three of them. Individually, sure. Town square. Square footage. Square up this design. But in the group thread that belongs to all four of us, the language bends around it, choosing plaza, room, box, corner instead. It feels suddenly like we have been quarantining concepts without consciously deciding to, keeping certain combinations of words, memories, and people from touching in the same space. As if saying too much in the right configuration would finish something that has been waiting, patient and unfinished, for years. The thought sits in my chest like a small stone. I drop the phone on the comforter and stare at the ceiling, tracing the lines of light, listening to the building breathe. Another week passes. The knocks come twice more, once in the kitchen wall, once in the living room floor, when I am sure there's no one downstairs. I keep telling myself, old building, while my animal brain keeps filing the sounds under door. Then one night, I dream of the clearing again. Not the corridor, not the square room, the actual sunlit dirt patch in the middle of the trees. In the dream, it is empty. No tents, no car, just the pale line of the dry creek and the center of the clearing, marked by a stack of stones that has not yet been kicked. I stand at the edge, just inside the tree line, watching my younger self sleep inside a tent that faces the wrong place. The air is unnaturally still. I hear, from below, the faintest murmur, like someone finishing a count in a language made of friction and weight. When I wake, I am standing up, not in bed, not tangled in covers. On my feet, in the living room, the carpet cool under my bare soles. For a moment, disorientation slams into me. The room tilts. The streetlight glow makes hard rectangles on the walls. My breath comes fast and shallow, and I realize I am positioned not randomly, not in some drunken zigzag from bed to couch, but in a specific place. My body knows it before my mind maps it. I am standing at a corner. I look around slowly. The couch, the TV stand, the bookshelf, and the small dining table mark out a rough square of open floor space. I have been walking it. The fibers of the carpet show faint, darker tracks, like the beginnings of a path worn into grass. My own footprints, pacing along the edges, turning at the corners. I can feel the pattern in my legs, a lingering echo of motion, like I have been doing this for a while. At the center of that square, where the lines would cross if you drew them from corner to corner, something waits on the carpet. 4 coins, stacked. They are not all the same kind. A quarter at the bottom, then a nickel, then another quarter, then a dime on top, small and bright. They balance more neatly than they should, given their different sizes. I did not put them there. I do not keep change on the living room floor. When I empty my pockets at night, it goes in a bowl by the door, a habit I learned from someone else's idea of adulthood. For a long, stretched moment, I just stand there, feeling my own breath move in and out of my chest, hearing the faint hum of the fridge in the kitchen, the distant swish of a car passing 3 floors below. The coins do not move, but the air above them feels heavier, like something very far away has just marked a tally in whatever deep ledger it keeps and is waiting to see what I will do next. There is a difference between being haunted and being nudged. For 5 years, whatever followed me from that clearing felt like pressure. A hand on the back of my neck that never quite tightened. A presence that stayed just outside the corner of my vision, content to watch as long as I kept walking my little city corridors and tracing my quiet squares. The night I woke up standing over the stacked coins on my living room floor, that changed. The feeling stopped being distant. It stopped being abstract. It became an unfinished equation. The kind of problem that sits in the middle of your desk, impossible to ignore, bleeding into everything else you try to do. Every email, every conversation, every meal, every attempt at sleep had that same invisible bracket at the end. So, something had started counting. Something had asked a question I had not answered. I told myself at first that I could still file it under weird but ignorable. Move the coins, vacuum the carpet, close the tab on the satellite image in my head, the one Luis had sent. The next morning, I picked up the little stack with numb fingers. The metal was cooler than the room. As I separated the coins, a faint ring of pressure squeezed my chest, like someone sighing right next to my ear. I dropped them into the bowl by the door. They clinked against the others, becoming just more change. The square on the floor faded over the next few days, carpet fibers slowly standing back up, but something in me did not stand back up with them. For a few weeks, I tried to live around the feeling. Wake up, walk to the bathroom, try not to count the steps, sit at the desk, answer the emails, pretend the ticking of the wall clock was not echoing the rhythm in my calves. Heat leftovers, listen to the pipes groan, reassure myself it was just water and metal, not weight and stone. At night, the knocks grew more regular. Not every night, but enough. 3 slow taps in the wall, like a finger on a table. Intervals, so even it felt rude not to notice. The corridor dreams returned in fragments. Sometimes I woke before the square room. Sometimes I arrived at it and stood at the threshold, watching the 4 doors breathe softly, in and out, with the sound of my own pulse. Always, the voice waited. Will you complete it? I pictured the clearing more often, not the one from the satellite image, flattened and distant, but the one under my boots. The way the sky had looked too big above the ring of pines, the pale line of the dry creek, the stone stack in the center like a thumb pressed into the world. The thought of going back had always lived in the absolutely not section of my brain. Now it started to edge over into maybe. Maybe. A small, treacherous voice said, if you stood there again and saw that nothing had changed, it would all close. The equation would solve. The count would stop. Maybe the only way to get out from under this quiet, relentless pressure was to walk straight toward it. The idea hung around for a while, unwelcome but persistent, And then, one stupid Tuesday night, sitting at my kitchen table, with the glow of the fridge light spilling onto the floor every time it cycled, I picked up my phone and opened the group chat. The thread jumped straight to life. Recent gifts, a photo from Mark of his kid in a Halloween costume, a link from Jenna to some article about colors and memory, an unread message from Luis about a storm rolling in over his side of the mountains. My thumbs hovered above the keyboard. I typed, "Hey," then deleted it. Typed, "Weird question?" Deleted that too. The hum of the fridge kicked in, a low, steady vibration in the background. The overhead light buzzed faintly. My own footsteps from earlier, little scuffs from the door to the table to the sink, seemed to echo around the room, ghosts of motion. I could feel my heart starting to pick up speed, like it knew where this was going before I did. Finally, with a kind of sick, floating resolve, I typed the thing I had been avoiding. "Do you ever think about that camping trip near Buena Vista?" I stared at the words. The town name looked wrong in the chat. Out of place. Like I had typed a curse in the middle of a grocery list. I hit send before I could think too hard. The message slid up into the thread, a small gray bubble in a sea of lighter ones. Underneath it, the typing indicator blinked for a heartbeat, then disappeared. The fridge hummed. A car passed 3 floors below, tires whispering on asphalt. I put the phone down on the table, face up, as if turning it over would be some kind of admission. My feet started moving under the chair, heel tapping against the leg in that same stupid rhythm. The indicator came back under my message. "Mark is typing." Then it vanished again. "Luis is typing." Gone. "Jenna is typing." Gone. It was like watching people walk up to the edge of a cliff and then step back. Minutes stretched. It felt like waiting in a doctor's office for results you already know will not be good. Finally, one reply appeared. From Luis. Yes, just that. 3 letters. They sat on the screen like a weight, heavier than most paragraphs. A few seconds later, a lot, actually. My chest loosened a fraction. There it was. Confirmation that I was not the only one with a corridor running under his life. Another bubble popped up. From Jenna. "Are you serious right now?" Then, before I could answer, "Of course I do. I have tried not to." For 5 years, I could almost hear her voice. Tight, half angry, half relieved. Mark came in last. Dude, what the hell? I was having a nice, normal night pretending that did not happen. There was a beat. Then. But yeah, I think about it. The relief that hit then was different from the small, private comforts I had been giving myself for years. It was communal. A sudden widening of the space around me, like a door opening to a room I had thought I was locked in alone. Fear sprang up right alongside it, nipping at its heels. Jenna again. "Why are you bringing it up? Did something happen?" Luis. "Same question." Mark. "If you say you went back there by yourself, I am driving to your city tonight to slap you." I stared at the blinking cursor in the reply box. "How much do you say, without saying too much?" "Hey, so, my walls knock in 3s now. My building sounds like a stone gate in the middle of the night, and I woke up walking a square around a stack of coins I did not remember stacking. Felt like the kind of thing that might slam that unseen ledger closed or flip it to a new page. I started smaller. I have been having dreams again. And weird stuff with patterns. I feel like it never really let go of us. The dots showed up again, under my words, 3 pulses in a row. Jenna. I hate that I know what you mean, Luis. Same Mark. I still think someone messed with us that night, but I also have not gone camping since so... The hum of the fridge cut off, plunging the kitchen into a deeper, more static kind of quiet. The idea that had been circling me for weeks stepped closer. My thumbs moved almost on their own. I think I need to see it again. Even sending that felt like stepping onto a crack. The clearing, just once. The replies came faster this time. Jenna. Absolutely not, Luis. That sounds like a terrible idea, Mark. Hard pass from me. Another beat. Then, in quick succession, Jenna. But if you are going, I am not letting you go alone. Luis, same Mark. I hate all of this. When we worked it out in slow, skittish messages over the next half hour, the way people plan something they are not entirely sure they want to do. A long weekend, a few weeks out, flights and drives converging on Denver, then car sharing the rest of the way. The plan, on paper, just to drive by the area. Just to see if we can find the forest road, Luis typed. Just to prove it was a normal place, and we were tired and freaked out, Mark added, trying to pixelate bravado. We are not staying the night, Jenna said. We are not even staying an hour. I wrote, yeah, just to drive by. I did not add the part that sat throbbing in the back of my mind. I was going to stand there, on that dirt, within whatever faint lines still marked the square, over whatever hollow their weight had woken beneath. As we negotiated dates and logistics, the sounds of my apartment went on around me, newly loud. Phone notifications pinged in my hand, small synthetic chimes marking each new agreement. The fridge hummed back to life, a low, steady undercurrent. Somewhere upstairs, my neighbor crossed their room, heel ball, a familiar cadence. I realized, halfway through telling Mark which weekend worked best, that I was on my feet, pacing, from table to countertop, countertop to door, door to the opposite wall. Not random lines, corners. I forced myself to stop in the middle of the room, where the coins had once been, and just stand there, breathing. On the screen, 3 small faces stared back at me in the chat icons, older than they had been in the pines, but still the same 4 points of the same pattern. We had drawn a square once in the woods without meaning to. Now, with a handful of messages and a few plane tickets, we were about to draw another one. The diner looked almost exactly the same and completely different. Noah got there first. He sat in a corner booth by the window, hands wrapped around a mug that said, Buena Vista Strong, in chipped blue letters, watching the parking lot and the slice of highway beyond it. The mountains rose behind the town like an old memory, ridges softened by distance and haze. The place smelled like coffee, bacon, and cleaning solution. A small TV above the counter muttered the news with the captions on and the sound low. A waitress refilled his mug without asking, calling him Hun in a way that made him feel both seen and anonymous. He checked his phone. Mark, 5 minutes out. Jenna, parking. Luis, already here apparently, just in the bathroom trying not to throw up, according to his last text. The bell over the door chimed. Mark came in first, broader in the shoulders, a little more gray at the temples, tie loosened like he had stepped out of a meeting and into another life. His eyes found Noah's, and for a second, they were back on a cracked dorm couch, talking about nothing important at 2 a.m. Then the present snapped over it. Hey man, Mark said. The hug was quick, but strong. You look old. You look like you sell things to people for a living, Noah said. Terrifying. Jenna arrived in a gust of cool air and paint-stained denim. Her hair was shorter, darker, a streak of silver at one temple that only made her look sharper. She slid into the booth with a small, brittle laugh. "Congrats," she said, setting her bag down. "We have officially become the sad reunion episode of a show nobody asked for." Luis came last, hoodie and trail shoes, laptop bag slung across his chest like a shield. He looked the most like his college self, and somehow also the most changed, something older behind his eyes. For a few minutes, they did the usual surface dance. "How is the job? How are your people? Did you see so-and-so got married, moved, had a kid?" They laughed in the right places, nodded in the right ways. The waitress took orders and made a joke about them looking like trouble back in the day. The small talk wore out fast. Silence slid in, heavy but not empty. The four of them sat there, the clink of cutlery and low murmur of other conversations filling the space that words did not want to touch. Finally, Jenna exhaled. It sounded like she'd been holding that breath for 5 years. "I remember all of it," she said quietly. "Just so we are clear. I remember the square, the dreams, the sound. We never talked about it, but I have not forgotten a second." Luis nodded, jaw working. "Same," he said. "I tried to file it under weird camping story for a while. That did not hold." Mark stared into his coffee. "I have told myself," he said slowly, "for half a decade that some local assholes drugged us somehow and moved our tents as a joke. It is the only story that lets me sleep. It is also not really holding up anymore." Noah swallowed. "I never stopped feeling like we left something there," he said. "Or like something we woke up, never went back to sleep." Nobody argued. The drive out of town took less time than Noah remembered, and also much longer. They piled into Luis's rental, bigger than their old car, cleaner, smelling faintly of plastic and someone else's music. The highway unfurled ahead in a familiar ribbon, but there were new billboards, new gas stations, a subdivision where there had been just trees and grass before. The sky was a hard, clear blue. Snow sat on the higher peaks like salt, the edges of the mountains sharper than they had been in his memory. As they turned off onto the smaller roads, the layers of civilization peeled away. Houses thinned. Asphalt narrowed. The lines on the road faded and then vanished. "Do you remember the turn?" Luis asked, peering past the windshield as if the Forest Service road might stand up and wave. "I remember the feeling," Noah said, "like we were driving off the map. That is about it." They found it anyway. The Forest Service road had a new sign now, a small, official-looking board with a number on it and a warning about conditions. The entrance had been graded more recently. The first stretch was smoother than he remembered, the ruts shallower. Farther in, the road reverted to its old self. Dust plumed in small clouds behind them. The car bounced and grumbled. The trees grew closer, weaving their branches over the track in a tangle that turned the sunlight into broken stripes. "Feels the same," Mark muttered, fingers tight on his knee. "Feels worse, actually." They passed a cleared area with fresh stumps, a sign for a small logging operation set back from the road. Stacks of cut trunks lay in neat piles, rings exposed to the air, the forest's years printed in concentric circles. "Cool," Jenna said under her breath. "Glad we are messing with the trees now, too." The clearing announced itself the way it had the first time, not with a sign, but with a shift in the trees. The dense wall of trunks loosened. Light spilled ahead in a broader sheet. The road spat them out into a familiar open space. They stopped at the edge, the car engine ticking softly as it cooled. The clearing was still there. It had changed. The ring of pines around it looked thinner in spots. A few gaps showed where trees had either fallen or been cut. Gray stumps marked places where something tall had once stood, its absence now part of the shade. The dry creek was not dry anymore. A thin ribbon of water trickled along the stones, clear and cold, catching the light in quick flashes. It was not much more suggestion than stream, but it was movement where there had been none. The sound of it was a constant quiet rushing, layering over the wind in the treetops and the far-off creak of branches. It sounded, to Noah's ears, uncomfortably like whispering. They stepped out of the car more slowly than they had 5 years ago. No shouts about fresh air, no jokes about horror movies, just the crunch of their boots on the dirt as they moved to stand together at the edge. Right there, Jenna said softly, pointing. The spot where they had camped was not a clean, empty patch anymore. Scrub had moved in. Low bushes, wiry grasses, a scatter of young fir saplings lifting their soft needles to the sun. But even under the new growth, there was a pattern. Bare patches of earth formed rough lines. The saplings clustered at odd intervals, leaving 4 areas more open than they should have been. If Noah squinted, he could still see it. A square, just slightly skewed, traced out by where the scrub was reluctant to grow, as if roots had met resistance there. His brain connected the dots. One corner here, another there, a third near that stump, the fourth closer to the creek. They stepped into the clearing without talking about it. Some part of their bodies remembered the route. Jenna drifted toward the spot where her tent had been, closer to the trees, a little angled. Luis wandered to a position across from her, near where his doorway would have faced inward. Mark ended up about where his corner had stood. Noah found himself in his old place almost by accident, boots stopping on a patch of dirt that felt both random and predetermined. He turned slowly. The creek made its soft, constant sound to one side, water slipping around pale stones like fingers around beads. The trees watched from the other, their trunks darker and rougher than he remembered, bark split and healed in new patterns. The air smelled of sap and damp earth and something else, metallic, like stone freshly exposed. The square was not perfect anymore. Time had chewed at it, roots had pushed, wind had rearranged, but the ghost of it remained, hovering under the surface, tugging at the angles of their bodies. They came together near the center without quite meaning to. "Do you see it?" Luis asked. "Yeah," Noah said. "I see it." Mark let out a low breath that could have been a laugh or a curse. "They should have put a picnic table here or something," he said, "just to break it." Jenna was staring at the middle of the old formation, brow furrowed. "There is no stack," she said. Where the stone tower had stood that morning, there was nothing now. No rocks, no cairn, no deliberate arrangement. But the ground was not flat. Noah moved carefully toward it, every step sending a small flare of alarm up his spine. The others hung back without being asked, hovering near their old corners. Up close, the earth at the center of the old square looked subtly different. The soil there was a shade darker than the surrounding dirt, threads of root and grass skirting its edges rather than diving through. The surface dipped down just enough to catch the light differently, a shallow bowl pressed into the clearing's skin. It was not dramatic, not the gaping mouth of a sinkhole, just a hint of subsidence, as if something heavy had once been there and then continued, very slowly, to sink. Noah stepped onto it. The moment his full weight settled over that spot, something answered from below. It was not a sound he could hear with his ears. It was a sensation that arrived through the soles of his boots, sliding up into bone and tendon. A faint, regular vibration. Not the chaotic buzz of machinery, not the random tremor of passing traffic. A slow, deliberate rhythm. Thump. Pause. Thump. Too slow to be his own pulse. Too deep. It felt like standing on the lid of a giant buried heart. He swallowed. The water in the creek seemed to sink, just for a second, its tiny rushes lining up in his perception with those deep, subterranean beats. The trees creaked at odd intervals that suddenly sounded like joints resetting within a much larger body. He closed his eyes and let the feeling travel up into his legs, into his spine. It was not strong enough to unbalance him, but it was undeniable. The earth, at that point, was not still. "Something's moving," he said, voice low. Jenna shifted uneasily at the edge of his vision. "Please do not say that." "Do you feel it?" he asked. They hesitated, then one by one stepped closer, toes touching the edge of the shallow depression. Mark cursed softly. "Yeah," he said. "Okay, that is, no." Luis's eyes were wide, pupils dark. "Like a heartbeat," he murmured. Noah stood there, 4 older bodies spaced roughly where their tents had once stood, the outline of the square pressing up through scrub and years, and felt the forest breathing under him. The clearing had changed. The road had changed. They had changed. Whatever lay below had not. It had just had more time to wake up. There is a moment in every bad idea where you can still walk it back. Standing in that clearing again, with the faint pulse under Noah's boots and the air feeling too thick for the altitude, he had the sense they were hovering right on that line. One step forward, and they were committed to whatever this was. One step back, and they could all pretend they had just come to look, to reassure themselves and leave. Mark predictably wanted to step back. "Okay," he said, rubbing both hands over his face. "We did it. We came. We saw the weird dip in the ground. We confirmed that yes, this place still sucks. Mission accomplished. Let us go." Jenna shot him a look, but it was tired, not sharp. And then what she asked. "We go home and do another 5 years of pretending this is just a fun story. We do not tell. I am already painting squares in my sleep, Mark." "That is not my fault," he said, but there was no heat in it. His eyes kept flicking to the center of the clearing, then away again. Luis crouched, fingers hovering just above the soil at the edge of the shallow depression, not quite touching. "We are already here," he said quietly. "We might as well try to understand what we are standing on." "Understand?" Mark laughed once, rough and humorless. "We hear a creepy underground heartbeat, and your first thought is, 'Let me get the data.' You realize how you sound." Luis shrugged, not looking up. "We were part of it," he said. "Whether we wanted to be or not. I kind of want to know how." Noah listened to them talk, the debate rising and falling like distant traffic, while his attention stayed on the faint rhythm in his feet. Thump, pause, thump. Whatever it was steady. It did not speed up the way a living heart would when watched. It did not slow when they stepped back from the center. It kept its own time indifferent. "Give me a second," he said. Before any of them could argue, he lowered himself carefully to his knees at the very center of the depression. The dirt was cool through the fabric of his jeans, packed firm, but not hard. He leaned forward and pressed his ear close to the ground. The world shifted. Up above the clearing was open sky and trees and the soft rush of the creek. Down at soil level, the soundscape changed entirely. He could hear the tiny crackling bustle of insects moving through their invisible tunnels, the almost imperceptible scratch of legs on grain. There was the faint, living creak of roots, adjusting fibers, expanding and contracting with moisture and heat. The trickle of the creek, so soft, from where he had been standing, was louder now, water slipping over stone, catching on pebbles pooling in hollows. It sounded close enough to touch, even though it was several yards away. Beneath all of that, like a drum, heard from outside a building, was the pulse. It was not a thud, not exactly, more like a wave of pressure that rolled up through the soil at regular intervals, a subtle thickening and loosening, thickening and loosening. It had a cadence, not speech, not music, but there was a pattern in it. His brain could not help but try to parse the way you try to make words out of a foreign language heard through a wall. He imagined fingers idly tapping on a stone table somewhere far below, not impatient, not bored, just counting time. Tap, tap, tap. Anything, Jenna asked, her voice sounding muffled and far away from down there. Yeah, Noah said. His own voice seemed to vibrate back into his skull from the ground. It is. There's a rhythm, like, I do not know. Like something is keeping track of something. Love, that Mark muttered. Luis shifted the crunch of his boots loud in Noah's ear. What if we try to interact with it? He said. Mark groaned. This is how people die in movies. We did not die last time, Luis said. We got drafted. There is a difference. The word sat uneasily in the air. Noah pulled back from the ground, blinking as the upper sounds of the clearing rushed in the whisper of the creek, a bird calling once from somewhere high above, the faint sigh of wind nudging branches. What do you have in mind? He asked, even though some part of him already knew. Luis straightened, dusting his hands on his jeans. We know it has. A thing about patterns, he said. Squares, corners, counting. What if we give it one? On purpose this time. Jenna stared at him. You want to reenact the worst night of my life as a science experiment, she said. No, he said, and then corrected himself. Yes, kind of. We walk it. We mark the corners ourselves instead of being moved in our sleep. See if it reacts. Mark opened his mouth, closed it again. I hate that. That makes sense, he said. Noah felt the faint pulse in his legs again, like the suggestion of footsteps remembered. Okay, he said slowly, but we control it. We are awake. We stop if anything feels wrong. Jenna snorted softly. Define wrong at this point, she said, but she did not say no. They decided without much more discussion that Noah would stay at the center for the first attempt listening, while the others walked the perimeter. Luis paced out the rough outline of the old square, using the bare patches and saplings as guides, adjusting angles until it felt right, like the invisible lines had clicked into place under his boots. Here, he said, tapping one spot with his toe. Corner 1. He handed Mark the job of another corner, then gestured Jenna to a third. The fourth he marked for himself, sliding his heel into the earth as if making a small claim. Okay, he said, returning to the center. We will walk from one corner to the next, counting our steps out loud. Slow. Then stop at each corner. See if anything shifts. This is deranged, Mark said. We are deranged people. But when they started, their voices were steady enough. Noah knelt again, ear to the ground, the world narrowing down to soil and sound. From above, he heard them move. 1, 2, 3. Footsteps crunching on dirt and needles, 4 sets of boots, tracing the edges of an invisible shape. Their voices overlapped and fell out of sync, then found a rough rhythm again, like 4 separate metronomes drifting toward a shared beat. The pulse beneath him responded. It did not get louder. It did not speed up in a dramatic, obvious way. But the timing shifted subtly. When they were walking along the sides, the rhythm stayed steady waves of pressure rolling up into his jaw. When one of them reached a corner, paused for a half second to turn, the pulse seemed to hesitate too, as if taking note. Thickening, loosening, a slightly longer gap. Did you feel that he called, lifting his head? Feel what Jenna said, breathless somewhere to his right. The ground. It reacts when you hit the corners, he said. Like it is. Following. Luis's voice came from the far side. We are the cursor, he said. We are the thing moving along the edge of whatever it is. They completed one full circuit, then another, the counting becoming more automatic, less precise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 10, 11, and 12. From down near the dirt, it sounded disturbingly like chanting. Noah pushed himself upright, slowly, legs stiff from kneeling. The world swayed for a second, the trees leaning in the creek's whisper, a louder hiss in his ears. Okay, he said. Stop. They did almost in unison. Mark at one corner, hand braced on his thigh. Jenna at another chest, rising and falling under her jacket. Luis at the third eyes, fixed on the center. The fourth corner was empty. Without quite deciding to, Noah stepped toward it. Each pace felt heavier, as if the dirt wanted to keep his feet. The hair on his arms prickled under his shirt, responding to a charge he could not quite name. He came to a halt, where his body told him the corner was boots, planting themselves in ground that looked no different from the rest, but felt like a point on a grid. Now they stood in a square. 4 points, 4 corners. The shallow depression with its hidden pulse lay in the center, unoccupied. For a few heartbeats, the vibration continued as before. Thump, pause, thump. Then without warning, it stopped. Not faded, not slowed. Stopped. The sensation cut off so cleanly that Noah swayed, as if someone had yanked away a rope he had been unconsciously leaning against. The absence rang in his bones. The clearing went very, very quiet. The creek still trickled. The wind still touched the treetops. But those sounds seemed to move a little farther away, as if the clearing had drawn a curtain between itself and the rest of the forest. Noah felt it then, not the pressure of something trying to push its way out from below, not the restless weight of stone being moved, but something else. A stillness with intent. The feeling of being regarded. It landed on his skin the way a gaze does when you walk into a room and realize someone has stopped mid-conversation to look at you. Not hostile, not welcoming, just sharply, intensely aware. His mouth went dry. Do you guys feel that, he asked quietly. I do not feel anything, which is worse, Jenna said. Her voice came out as a whisper anyway. Luis swallowed hard enough for Noah to hear it. It stopped, he said. Whatever it was. It stopped when we took the corners. Mark did not say anything. Noah could see him out of the corner of his eye, jaw-clenched knuckles white where his fists were curled at his sides. The air above the center of the square felt denser now, like heat without warmth. For the first time, Noah's overwhelming sense was not of something beneath them pushing against the world wanting out. It was of something already fully awake somewhere below, or around, or threaded through the stone, leaning in to see what shape they would make next. For a long moment, nobody moved. 4 older bodies at 4 invisible corners, the faint depression of the center like an eye in the dirt, and that awful, deliberate stillness pressing in around them. The absence of the pulse made everything else louder. A gust of wind scraped through the branches above needles, whispering together in a long, scratchy exhale. The creek murmured its soft, repetitive syllables over stone around stone over stone around stone. Under all of that, their breathing was the loudest sound in the clearing. In, out. 4 small human lungs, working hard in a place that felt like it had its own idea of air. Mark broke first. "Okay," he said, voice pitched a little too high, eyes fixed on the center. "We are done. We did the thing. We walked the weird little square. Whatever is down, there knows we showed up. Time to go." He took a step forward as if to prove his point, then stopped himself, foot hovering over the ground, like he was afraid to put it down anywhere near the lines he had just traced. Jenna let out a laugh that sounded like it scraped her throat on the way out. "You think it did not know we showed up the second we hit the road, out of town," she said. "We are 5 years late to this party." Luis did not move from his corner. His face had gone a little pale, but his eyes were bright, fevered. "We are standing on something," he said. "Some kind of structure, a cavity, a pattern. We have the chance to actually observe it, interact with it instead of just running from it again. Interact with it." Mark rounded on him. "What does that even mean, man? You want to, finish whatever it was trying to do with us last time?" Luis's mouth tightened. "I want to know what it was doing," he said. "There is a difference. Not from where I am standing." Mark shot back. They went silent again, not because they were out of things to say, but because saying them here felt dangerous. Noah could feel the choice settling over them like dust. Complete it or break it. The simplest version of completing was obvious: do what they had done before, but consciously. Walk the perimeter, mark the corners, stack stones in the center, offer up the shape on purpose instead of by accident. Some hungry, traitorous part of him whispered that maybe that was what closure looked like. A full pattern, a finished equation, a count that actually reached a final number and stopped. Another part of him, the part that had been waking up in hallways of dreams, the part that had felt that pulse through carpet and concrete and office tile, saw something else. Completion might not mean silence. It might mean opening. He did not know if he was more afraid of the door staying closed forever or swinging wide. Mark seemed to be thinking along a third line entirely. "You know what I want to do?" he said, suddenly, voice tight. "I want to stand dead center and kick the ground till my leg breaks. I want to scream at it. You do not get to use us as chess pieces again." He took a half step toward the depression fists, clenching and unclenching, then stopped as if he had hit an invisible wall. Jenna's hand shot out, fingers splayed. "Do not," she said sharply. "Do not poke the bear just because you are mad it exists." "Maybe the bear started it," he snapped. "Maybe," she said. "Or maybe it is like, I do not know, an engine, a machine, a ritual. Whatever it is, I do not think yell at it is the brilliant countermove." Luis exhaled slowly, trying to smooth his voice into something that sounded like reason. "We could at least get some data," he said. "I brought gear, seismometer app, audio recorders. If this is some weird geological anomaly, a cavity, a resonance thing, we might actually be able to measure it." Mark stared at him. "If you say geological anomaly one more time, I am feeding your phone to the creek." "I am serious," Luis said. "We always talked about this like a ghost story. Maybe it is not a ghost. Maybe it is. A pattern the land is stuck in. And we just stepped onto it once." and got moved around like magnets, Jenna said, while we were drugged on whatever that sleep was. You want to sign up for round 2 with better analytics? The wind gusted again, scraping along the needles and branches in a noise that sounded almost like dry laughter. The creek kept doing its small work, carving the tiniest path through stone syllable after syllable. Noah stood at his corner and felt all of it pushing and pulling at him. The fear, the anger, the curiosity, the old exhaustion. He pictured himself staying. He pictured himself leaving. In both images, the clearing stayed exactly where it was. We cannot give it what it wants, he said finally. The words surprised even him. 3 heads turned toward him. 3 different flavors of hope and dread in their faces. You think you know what it wants? Mark asked. Noah shook his head. Not exactly, he said, but I know what it used us for. That night, we were markers, points on a shape. It arranged us. The dreams, the counting the way it moved the tents, it was trying to finish something, trace something. He gestured a small, helpless motion that took in the whole clearing. If we come back and willingly complete every step of that pattern, we are not just remembering, we are participating. Again. Jenna folded her arms, shoulders hunched against more than the air. So we just pretend it is not under our feet, she asked. Again, no, Noah said. We came back. That is already different. We stood on the corners awake. That is already different. We can acknowledge it without cooperating. Luis chewed on the inside of his cheek gaze, drifting to the depression in the center. And my data, he asked quietly. Record, Noah said. If it makes you feel less crazy. But I do not think any of this is going to show up as a neat little graph you can email to someone. Mark let out a breath through his nose, half a laugh, half a snort. Middle path, he said. Story of our lives. What does that look like? Jenna asked. Noah looked down at his boots, at the faint scuffs in the dirt, at the way the earth seemed to remember where they had stood before. It looks like refusing to hold the shape for it, he said. We break the square. On purpose. We step out of alignment. We do not stack anything. We do not count for it. We stand here as 4 separate people, not as 4 corners. The idea felt thin and hopeful and desperate all at once. But as soon as he said it, something in his chest eased just a fraction. It was action, at least. Not completion, not flight. A third thing. The wind dropped just for a second. The clearing held its breath. Fine by me, Mark said. Breaking stuff I can do. Jenna nodded slowly. I can live with that, she said. Luis hesitated longer than the other's eyes flicking between center and corners, between data and danger. Finally, he exhaled. Okay, he said. No stack, no ritual, just 4 idiots refusing to be a square. They moved almost ceremonially, not because they wanted to, but because any movement now felt charged. Noah took a step sideways off his corner line into a strip of grass where a few wildflowers had dared to grow. The change in position was small, but his body felt it as a break in leash tension. Jenna walked backward 3 paces, putting a young fir sapling between herself and the old alignment, her hand resting briefly on its trunk as if asking permission. Mark veered toward the creek boots, scuffing a diagonal into the dirt, muttering something under his breath that might have been an apology or a curse. Luis stepped closer to the edge of the clearing near a fallen log, fingers already twitching toward the pocket where his phone and recording apps waited. The square dissolved. Not visually, the clearing still held its old scars. The bare patches still suggested corners, but physically, their bodies no longer marked out a perfect shape. Noah listened with everything he had. For a full 10 seconds, there was nothing but the rush of the creek and the small, restless noises of the forest. The deep vibration did not return. It feels less tight, Jenna said softly. Yeah, Mark agreed. Like unclenching your jaw and realizing you had been doing it for hours. Luis knelt by the fallen log and set his phone down, thumb moving over the screen, starting a recording anyway. If it does anything, he said, I want a trace of it, even if it is just for us. Noah looked back at the center of the clearing. The shallow depression weighted an old thumbprint in the earth shadow, a little darker than the surrounding soil. The sense of being watched had not gone away. If anything, stepping out of alignment had sharpened it. The feeling was no longer of something pushing from below, demanding arrangement. It was of something standing at a distance, head tilted, watching them scramble out of the shape it had once so carefully drawn, waiting to see if they would drift back into place on their own. For a moment after they stepped out of the square, the clearing held its breath. Nothing moved. Nothing spoke. The four of them stood in their slightly mismatched new positions. Noah by the wildflowers, Jenna half-sheltered by the young fir. Mark edging toward the creek, Luis near the log with his phone recording, and the world seemed to balance on a thin, invisible line. Noah could feel his own heart loud in his chest. He could hear the sharp rustle of his jacket when he shifted his weight. He waited for the deep pulse to return, for the ground to thicken under his boots, for that sense of being not just seen, but used. It did not return. Instead, after a long, stretched-out silence, the earth gave a single long, low groan. It rose up through their souls, a slow roll of pressure, like the body of the clearing itself was exhaling. It was not the grinding roar from 5 years ago, not that terrible climbing sound of stone being dragged open. This was the sound of something settling back into place. A lid, not a door. Heavy weight shifting down, finding its groove again. The vibration moved through Noah's legs in one continuous wave, then faded. No echo, no aftershocks, just that one final adjustment. He realized with a small, disorienting jolt that the sensation of being measured had loosened. The invisible audit he had felt in his muscles, the not quite touching fingers counting his steps, his breaths, his micro movements, it began to recede. Not all at once, not like a switch being flipped, but like a set of scales being slowly emptied. The pressure in his calves eased. The tightness in his jaw unclenched. Somewhere deep in his chest, a knot he had been carrying for 5 years loosened a little, like a rope finally being given slack. He became suddenly painfully aware of the sky. Blue and wide and indifferent above the ring of trees. Clouds smudged thinly along the horizon, a hawk circling high up a dark fleck against the brightness. He smelled pine sap, sharp and sweet in the warming air, and the fainter mineral tang of the creek. Other sounds crept back in tentative, at first, then bolder. A bird called from somewhere near the edge of the clearing, a clear bell-like note repeated twice. Insects buzzed in the scrub, a high chaotic counterpoint to the creek's steady whisper. A branch knocked against another in the wind with a hollow clack that for once did not sound like stone on stone. The clearing, which had felt like a closed room, slowly started to feel like outside again. Noah let out a breath he did not know he had been holding. It came out shuddery, shaky, but lighter. "Did you feel that?" Mark asked quietly. "Yeah," Jenna said. Like a manhole cover dropping back on. "Comforting," Luis muttered. But even his voice sounded less tight, less wired. Noah's brain, now that it was not being squeezed from below, did what brains do. it started running alternate timelines. He pictured them making a different choice. He pictured himself at the center of the square, stacking 4 new stones with careful hands, adding weight to that shallow depression until the pattern felt finished. He imagined them walking the perimeter in perfect sync steps, counted out loud in a rhythm that lined up exactly with the pulse below. He saw in that inner screen the dry creek splitting open stones tumbling away as if pushed from beneath. A seam in the earth, widening, revealing stairs cut into bedrock edges worn by feet that had not belonged to them. He saw 4 tents, pale and flimsy, being arranged underground. Instead, corners hammered into stone doors facing inward forever. He saw their bodies lying inside them, breathing and never waking 4 fixed points on a shape carved into the dark. The image was so clear, his stomach turned. He blinked it away and met the actual clearing again, stubbornly ordinary under the sun. No gates yawning, no stairways, just scrub and saplings and a slight dip in the dirt where something had once pressed harder than the rest. The square was still there in the arrangement of growth in the bare patches more than anything in their minds, but the compulsion to stand in it had passed. It felt like remembering a dance step without feeling the need to do it. "Is it over?" Mark asked. The question was too big for any of them to answer, but nobody laughed at it. "I do not think something like this is ever just over," Louise said quietly. "But whatever it was doing with us, I do not feel it anymore." Jenna rubbed the heel of her hand over her chest, as if checking for a weight that had been there a long time. "I feel like I just took off a backpack I forgot I was wearing," she said. "One you sleep in, work, and shower in for years, and then suddenly it is on the floor, and you are like, oh, that is what light feels like." Noah nodded. The metaphor fit too well. They drifted closer together, away from the exact places where the corners had been forming a loose cluster instead of a rigid shape. For the first time they talked, not in half hints or deflections, not in jokes that bounced off the surface and ran away. They talked about the last 5 years, about hotel beds that felt rotated. Mark admitted, voice low, how sometimes he woke in those identical rooms and had to turn on every light just to make sure the walls were where he thought they were. How parking garage scrapes made him taste metal. About paintings full of uninvited squares and lions. Jenna described unfinished canvases leaning against her studio walls, geometric forms. She could not seem to stop sketching how she had started avoiding the color of desert sand because it made her chest hurt. About maps and square clearings from above. Luis told them about the satellite images, about the one he had sent Noah and the others he had kept to himself, about waking up with soil under his nails and pretending it was from some forgotten hike. Noah talked about the knocks, about the corridor dreams and the square room with 4 doors, about the stacked coins in his living room balanced in a place he had not chosen. Saying it out loud did not make any of it less strange, but the pressure that had been building behind all those unsent messages and unspoken admissions seemed to bleed off into the warm air, into the waiting trees. The clearing listened. It did not shudder. It did not roar. It simply existed around them, no longer a mouth pressed against the soles of their feet, just a patch of land with too much history and a bad habit of drawing lines. Eventually, they turned back toward the car. The sun had shifted. Shadows were longer, the light less harsh. Someone Noah would not remember, who later made a quiet joke about surviving another trip without being turned into permanent camping equipment. The laugh that followed was small, but it was real. They walked out of the clearing in a line that was more a bent curve than anything precise. No right angles, no counting. Boots scuffed messy individual paths into the dirt. At the tree line, Noah could not help himself. He turned for one last look. The clearing lay behind him, pale and open, the whisper of the creek, a faint line of sound. The center depression was just a slightly darker hollow in the earth, now that he was farther away. His gaze drifted toward the edge of the creek, following the trickle as it wound between stones. He almost missed it. On a flattish rock near the water, where the bank sloped down, 3 small stones had been stacked. Not in the exact center this time, not marking out a geometry for human bodies. Just off to the side, where the trickle of water curved around them like a hand. 3 stones, not 4. They were neat, but not obsessive, a little uneven in their balance. They could have been placed there by a bored hiker last summer, or a kid playing by the waterline. They also might not have been there at all. His brain, full of squares and stacks, might have drawn them out of the random scatter of rocks the way it drew shapes out of clouds. He stared for a long beat, the others already turning away, their voices drifting back in small, tired snippets. The stones did not move. The water slipped past them, whispering its own soft numbers. 3. Not finished, a small part of him thought, but not using us anymore. He let that be enough for the moment. Then he turned his back on the clearing and followed his friends toward the car, carrying the echo of that last grinding groan with him, like the end of a sentence that did not need to be spoken again. So, here is where the story leaves the woods and walks into your room. Maybe you are lying down right now, phone warm in your hand screen, a small rectangle of light in the dark. Maybe you are listening through headphones, face half buried in a pillow, or you have your laptop open on the edge of your bed, the glow washing the ceiling in a soft, artificial dawn. Look around, just a little. There is a shape to the place you sleep. The bed, a rectangle pressed into the floor mattress, remembering the weight of your body a little more every night. Maybe there is a rug beside it, frayed at one corner, its own rough grid of threads and patterns. Maybe the floor is bare wood or tile or carpet stretching out in simple lines from wall to wall. Somewhere close by, something is humming. The low, steady thrum of a fridge cycling in the kitchen. The soft breath of a heater or AC vent pushing air through ducts above your head. You might hear the tick of a clock, regular and small, like a tiny hammer keeping time on the wall. You might hear distant traffic, the occasional whoosh of a car moving along some late road, a motorcycle's brief snarl, a door in another apartment closing with a solid, satisfying thud. Your world has its own rhythms. You know them, even if you do not think about them. The way the building sounds when it settles at night. The way the pipes respond when someone somewhere else in the stack decides to shower. The particular creak in that one spot near your door when you step on it in the dark. You have walked your own corridors today, from bed to bathroom, bathroom to kitchen, kitchen to door, out into whatever version of the world you live in now. Office hallways, supermarket aisles, sidewalks, between crosswalks. Then back again, reverse route, shoes, off lights, off here. If you could see all those paths from above, just for this one day, it would look like a pattern. Not as neat as a perfect square in a forest, maybe. More loops, more detours. But still, a shape made of your footsteps, drawn on the thin dust of hours. Now imagine this. Later tonight, When you are done with screens and voices and stories, when you've put the phone on the nightstand or let it slip from your hand, you will start to drift. Your breathing will slow. Your thoughts will get fuzzy at the edges. The room will blur into a soft moonlit geometry of familiar objects. In that hazy in-between, your building might make a noise. It might be one long creak somewhere behind your headboard wood and metal and plaster shifting as the temperature changes, as the weight of the day redistributes itself through beams and joists. For a second, your half-sleeping brain might hear it as something else, a long, low groan like stone resettling over a space too deep to name. Or the pipes might knock. 3 slow, spaced-out taps in the wall. Tap, pause, tap, pause, tap. The way they do when someone upstairs runs hot water at the same time, someone downstairs flushes, and the old system needs a second to remember how to carry everything. For a heartbeat, a memory might stir behind your ribs, even if you have never set foot in Colorado. An echo of some other square, some other step, some other stone, grinding against stone in a story that is not yours and never will be. Or, on one of those strange nights when your body decides it is not quite ready to let go, you might find yourself waking, standing beside your own bed, not because something dragged you there, not because an invisible hand arranged you at a corner, just because your muscles had a little extra electricity in them and you climbed up out of sleep wrong. You will realize you have walked a few paces, maybe a small loop from bed to door and back, maybe a rough L shape, maybe if you looked very carefully at the scuffs in the rug or the impressions in the carpet, you could trace a tiny, imperfect square. Here is the part that matters now. You do not have to treat any of those sounds like a door opening beneath you. You do not have to imagine stone grinding under your house or a count starting up somewhere far below getting ready to use your steps as numbers. In this story, the one you just walked through with me, the door closed. Or if it did not close all the way, if something under that clearing kept its own counsel in the dark, it lost its map to our footsteps a long time ago. The lines that tied us to it were traced in loose pencil, and we stepped out of the square before they could be inked in. Maybe some places do remember us, not by our names or our faces, but by the way we move through them. A trail that stays worn because enough feet keep finding it. A staircase that knows exactly where to groan when your weight hits the 3rd step from the top. A patch of forest that once used 4 sleeping kids as pins on a graph. Maybe somewhere under stone, something tried to use human patterns to sketch itself a way out. Tents turned into markers. Dreams tuned to a rhythm. Footsteps folded into an equation older than any of us. But here is the quiet, stubborn truth. We are allowed to step out of the square. We are allowed to break alignment, to refuse to stand exactly where something else expects us to stand. We are allowed to leave some things unopened, even if they have been knocking politely for a very long time. Tonight, when your building shifts and sighs, you can let it. If after this story ends, you hear a single soft knock in the wall, or the faint click of something settling beneath your floor, you can let it be what it most likely is. Your building breathing, your pipes remembering how to carry water, your world turning over in its sleep. You are not in a clearing in the Colorado woods. You are not standing at the center of a stone square waiting to see if the ground will count your heartbeats. You are in a room that has seen you on bad nights and good ones. A room that knows the sound of your keys in the lock, the weight of your steps from door to bed. Tonight, it is only counting your footsteps, so it can remember where to hold you when you finally fall asleep. Because that is the other side of all this counting. The way you move through a place teaches it where you are, and the more it knows, that the easier it is for it to keep you, not as a prisoner, as a habit, as something small and warm and breathing on top of all that stone. Back in my own apartment, the story ends in a way you might have already guessed. The laptop is closed now. The microphone light clicks off. The room is dim, just the street lamp outside, throwing a pale grid of lines across the ceiling. I sit for a while in the quiet feeling, the ordinary hum of my fridge, the faint buzz of a neighbor's TV through the wall. Then somewhere in the pipes, far down, or maybe just a few floors away, there are 3 knocks. Slow, even, familiar. Tap, tap, tap. They roll up through the metal and plaster like a joke told in a language only my bones remember. I hear them. I breathe in. I breathe out. And for the first time in years, I do not get up. I do not pace a square into the carpet. I do not press my ear to the wall. I do not count the seconds between echoes. I let the knocks be what they are, leftover noise in an old system. A last grinding echo fading down a corridor that does not end in my floor anymore. I lie down. The mattress remembers me. The dark folds around the edges of the room the way it always has. Outside, the world keeps turning. Inside the building is listening to my footsteps in the way an old friend does, without judgment, without hunger, just with the quiet intent of not forgetting where I am. And somewhere, under some other patch of ground, a square in the woods counts to 3-1 last time and rests.